2023. And currently, she's the chair of UK NIHR CRG Diabetes Research Steering Group for Children, officer and research Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, and is on the NICE Diabetes Guidelines Committee. Professor Mai, she is also the chair of the e-learning committee of the European Society of Pediatric Endocrinology and the advisory council of the and chair of e-learning committee in the ISPAD Association. She's a trustee and the chief medical advisor for Action for Diabetes, a UK registered charity dedicated to empowering the lives of people with type 1 diabetes. She has been awarded many times and winner of more than many academic awards, and she really deserves that. And it's really my pleasure to introduce her to start this plenary session to hear from her for the next 30 minutes about e-learning and bringing free education to all health professionals. So Professor Mai, it's nice to have you here, and Anna, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abed. And that's a very kind introduction. And Abed has been on the ESPE e-learning committee for many years, working to bring e-learning for pediatric endocrinology and diabetes, a global free access to all healthcare professionals. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to make this plenary talk. And today I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour as well as a navigation lecture on our e-learning, which is a joint collaboration of SP and ISPAD. These are my affiliations, and I have no conflict of interest for this talk. I bring you this first slide.
This meeting is being recorded.
I'd like to give tribute to a very dear friend and colleague, Dr. Malcolm Donaldson. Malcolm recently passed away, and I thought that this was a really important tribute lecture in his name. I first met Malcolm about 22 years ago at the SP Summer School in Ljubljana, where he was assigned as my mentor. This was a long time ago. And over the years, he's not just become a guide, but a lifelong friend in research projects and even advising me on my PhD thesis in extreme preterm neonatology, endocrinology at the time. Malcolm was a brilliant endocrinologist. As many of you, I hope, would know, he's been a dedicated and strong advocate for the SP e-learning initiative for more than 10 years. I've been on the founding committee for SP e-learning since its conception, and Malcolm has put up the most groundbreaking of masterclass in growth and puberty, delivered fluently in English and French that is unparalleled. It's one of the best educational resources I've ever come across. And if many of you who are on the talk today, if you've not seen this, please do so. It's freely available. His dedication to improving global access to e-learning has a huge impact and will resonate for generations to come. Malcolm's last words to me was that his dearest wish was for the SP ISPAD e-learning and masterclasses to take off. And I hope that this talk today would convince you and your colleagues and future teachings and educations to use the e-learning here. He'll be greatly missed, but his legacy will continue to inspire us all. So this is for Malcolm. So I start off with the SP e-learning platform. It is freely, globally accessible, and it's based on learning categories of pediatric endocrinology and diabetes. It has more than 250 core modules and advanced level modules covering normal physiology, development, current views on diagnostic and therapeutic interventions. And it's categorized into problem-solving cases, learning modules, as well as video masterclasses. Here you can see, for example, the categories that the SP ISPAT e-learning encompasses. Once again, the website's right at the bottom. It is freely available. We have the categories of, for example, adrenal disorders, calcium and bone. The full diabetes ISPAT guidelines are regularly updated, including the most recent of the 2024 diabetes guidelines and all the other chapters. We thank, obviously, the voluntary work of more than 250 authors, the editorial board members, and the translators who has continued to update and work on the SP ISPAT e-learning platform. And annually, we have about 15,000 visits from 154 countries with a consistent registered users of more than 12,000. This is the navigation homepage. As you can see, the login is right at the top corner. You click on that and you come to first registration, where you put in a username and password. Please don't forget your passwords, but if you do forget it, you do have a forgot password or forgot username link that the platform will remind you of. And this is how you first navigate to the e-learning platform and register to use it freely. You can also set your user details. These are your profile details, which, as you can see from the top right corner, if you click on user, you can develop your own personal data. You can publish your profile and determine its visibility. And this can then connect with other users through communications on the left column. We also have the e-learning, specifically in other languages: Spanish, French, Russian, Swahili, and Chinese. These can be chosen, for example, if you were teaching an audience in Spanish or an audience in French. Not every single module is available, but all the ones from resource limited settings modules are available in these languages. And you can browse through them to look at which topics you would like to use for your teaching or for your own self-learning. We sometimes have notification centers that may be relevant to you if, for example, you've registered for the CME, Continuous Medical Education courses, and have not completed and have certain actions on that. So within your own profile, there are certain actions that may need to be completed, and it's relevant, and it will have a notification for what you need to do for completion. But these are again set according to your own usage. We also have a search term. So search terms can be globally or within the current position. As you can see on this screenshot, search terms could be, you want to look at diabetes guidelines specific to DKA, and it will then bring you to the specific modules or vignettes, case modules, and case reports that are relevant to that teaching. The most important thing is to register and navigate to yourself to see how you would use this freely, globally accessible e-learning. For many years now, we've used the SPE learning for the schools, such as the Caucasus and Central Asia School. These are fully in Russian, and many of you may want to have a look at what has been used in terms of the teaching modules within the SP summer and winter schools or the Caucasus schools. And again, this is under the left column shown here within the courses in pediatric endocrinology and diabetes. This is just to remind you that there are 64 chapters, 103 cases with illustrations, references, and useful links available. The diabetes ISPAT guidelines, all of the 2022 guidelines are freely available here. We've also recently updated some of the 2024 diabetes guidelines. And the interactive education of the chapters and cases provides feedback within our CME section as well. With more than 3,000 web pages of learning co-created by more than 250 authors, I would urge that many of you have a look at this really wonderful platform. In this slide, I would just want to let you know that one of the aims of the global e-learning platform is for the use of resource-limited settings. And in the healthcare in resource-limited settings section, as you can see here on the left column, there are specific chapters, cases, modules for resource-limited setting countries. I mentioned earlier that they are available at each level of healthcare in various languages, such as English, French, Spanish, Swahili, Chinese. They've been co-created through collaborations over the last decade with many of our society's representatives, such as SPE from Africa, Gped from Arab, APPS, Asia Pacific, APAC Australia, Gped. As of today, thank you to the conference for the forum to talk about our e-learning. ISPAD, ISPE, PES, and South Central America societies as well. And these are important because what we hope is that e-learning
This meeting is being recorded.
You will find that CME accredited courses are also available. And as I've mentioned here, there are courses in pediatric endocrinology and diabetes. And this is an example. For example, you want to look at a teaching or a learning in puberty. And you can click on the courses in pediatric endocrinology and on the puberty section, where you can look at the chapter on puberty or delayed puberty or early precocious puberty. But you can also look at management, for example, and this is by Russia, who has done the chapter on early and precocious puberty. This is an example to embed learning. There are also feedback questions. So in this particular module, which I've opened up, there is a question specific to early and precocious puberty. And this says, well, which of the following statements do you agree with? For all these questions, there is one or more than one answer. And you can decide, is it first signs of puberty in girls is breast development? Is that correct? Well, you could tick that. Or average peak pubertal velocity is 2 years later in girls than in boys. If you think that's the answer, you can tick that as well, and so forth. And you can see that once you've chosen your answers, it gives you a feedback on which are the correct answers, which is third, fourth, and fifth. If you can see on this slide, first signs of puberty in boys is testicular growth. Pubertal growth spurt starts about 2 years earlier in girls, and the first signs of puberty in girls is breast development in its usual cases. And another question here, what do you think are the causes of precocious puberty in boys and girls? And again, you can tick one or more answers, and it will give you the correct answers. Even if you're wrong, the learners get a feedback immediately at the next screen. And it says that, well, the causes of central precocious puberty in boys and girls are familial, idiopathic, organic brain lesions, and prolonged untreated hypothyroidism. And you can see from the green box, there is the explanation and rationale for the answers that are provided by the authors. You can also see that if you answer them incorrectly, it will still give you the answers, or if your number of tries are exceeded, it will still give you the feedback answers. And you can use this as a form of teaching for your fellows, trainees, and medical students. At the end of it, you do have a summation and summary approach to any of the algorithms relevant to the topics. And this is, again, on precocious puberty. And it gives you a flow chart on how to manage the precocious puberty algorithm. There is always a feedback linked, and it's important. So once you get your feedback, we have a link to the survey, which is less than 3 minutes to complete because I've completed many of them. And the anonymous feedback is important for our e-learning committee to review. It also is important for the qualitative reviews that we need to submit to the European Council of Continuous Medical Education to ensure that the modules and chapters are updated with good feedback provided each time. This just lets you know that there are also diabetes ISPAD guidelines, which are in collaboration with ISPAD, the International Society of Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes. And it has all of the most recent guidelines. And you will find the CME accredited courses available within diabetes sections as well. And I'm going to give you another example from the diabetes section. Does Jimmy have diabetes? On the ISPAD 2022 case. This was written by our ex-president Corinne de Beaufort and Bryn. And in this, it's more of a case module example, which I've jumped to, but please do have a look at the full chapter on DKA by Ragnar Hanas. This particular case model gives you a history of Jimmy, who is an 11-year-old boy known to the pediatric clinic. He's had intensified weight loss program due to participation in an obesity project. His mother has type 2 diabetes. His grandmother on a Monday morning called the pediatrician for advice, saying that Jimmy had lost over 20 kilos in the last 3 months, and she's worried about his tiredness, thirst, lack of energy. His random capillary glucose was 21 millimoles. Now, can you provide a diagnosis? And again, I've taken you through previously. You tick the answer that you think is correct and submit, and click on submit. And if you've clicked the wrong one, it'll say incorrect choice. Try again. And you have another go, because the answer is not. The glucose level may be taken postprandially, and as such, diagnosis cannot be made. And hopefully you come down to ticking the correct answer, where Jimmy probably has a form of diabetes and the blood glucose needs to be verified. And the rationale in the green box is given that the random glucose is too high. And this is according to WHO guidance, and why and what assessments needs to be done. So while I'm running through this fairly quickly, this is really freely available for any of you to pick and choose the modules that you'd like to teach on, use on, or learn from. The summary and references are given as well to where the case chapters have been authored from, such as the ISPAD guidelines and which research papers. This is ketoacidosis, for example, with Michael. I think this is written by Ragnar Hanas, and it has real-life cases with patient consent on Michael, who presents with DKA. And for example, what are the signs of dehydration? It would be decreased capillary refill, skin color, decreased skin turgor, and sunken eyes. And these were the correct answers. I'm going to run through this and just give you a snapshot of rationale for the answers. Some of them are quite comprehensive, as you can see, as to why are the blood analysis important for immediate evaluation for Michael, and the rationale for each one of these analysis. And management is also important. For example, what will be the first line of treatment for DKA for Michael? is it the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth? And the answer is that you start fluids first at 10 mils per kilo. And again, we have the management questions on, this is how Michael looks 12 hours into treatment. What characterizes his general condition? And the answer could be first, second, third, or fourth. And the correct answer would be given to you, or if you've chosen it correctly and it's rational, that dehydrated in spite of the 12 hours fluid therapy. So these are, again, examples of the DKA case vignette. In this screenshot, I wanted to take you through the section on healthcare levels, where I've previously said that there are also sections that you can specifically go into if you're within a resource-limited healthcare setting. And in many countries, there are 3 levels of healthcare recognized, such as primary, which is basic, rural, where very limited laboratory and imaging facilities are only available. In the secondary level healthcare availability, we have limited laboratory and imaging facilities. And for those who are fortunate in the tertiary level of healthcare, you have most laboratory and imaging facilities. And some of our cases chapters goes through the availability of healthcare levels. And I'll give you an example. So in this column, again, same index. You look at healthcare in resource-limited settings with the big red arrow. And for example, within the healthcare resource-limited settings, you pick growth and growth regulation. And within that, you can pick short stature, diabetes and short stature, or tall stature in a limited resource setting, which I'm going to give you an example of. And here you can see that at primary care level, this is the clinical approach to identifying cause of tall stature. Much of it is clinical assessment. And I won't go through all the algorithm or boxes, but this gives you an example of how you would assess tall stature at primary care level. At the secondary care level, it then takes you through, if you have some availability of laboratory or imaging facilities, you can look at anthropometry, growth charts, Tanner staging, perhaps even bone age, and never forget the clinical examination. And this gives the teacher or the learner the different management levels at primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare levels. And this particular screenshot is on secondary healthcare level. And here we have tertiary healthcare level. So these are various management that we could look at for tall stature in the tertiary healthcare setting for many types of disorders based on our index that you can choose from. Now, we have the same, as I've said, all resource-limited settings have it at English, Chinese, Spanish, Swahili. And I now want to take you through master classes as well, because I think I only have 5 minutes talk time. Now, master classes are incredibly useful, and we actually launched this about 24 months ago. And here you can see the first of our master classes in growth and puberty by Dr. Malcolm Donaldson, which is one of the best I've ever seen. Every one of my trainees and medical students, I signpost them to watch Malcolm's masterclass. And in this masterclass, he's talking to you on how you would assess growth and puberty and how you would plot a good growth chart and parental centiles. And these are the examples that he would also take you through. For example, which of these statements are true? Peak growth velocity occurs a year later, girls enter puberty later. And you have the rationale for the answers given to the questions during his master class. Our next masterclass that was launched early this year was also from Franco Chiarelli, where he has 4 modules on diabetes. And the first one is on diagnostics assessment, second on DKA, and the third and fourth in progress. The next session that I want to bring your attention to is the freely available European accredited continuing medical education courses. There are 10 that has been made available in pediatric endocrinology, 10 in resource limited settings, and 10 in diabetes chapters and modules. And these, again, looking at your index, click on continuing medical education and choose your CME courses that you want to go through. They've been awarded and have been quality controlled and have been accredited. They're fully paid for by SP. And again, it's really important if you have a chance to go through them, you have to complete them before you get your certificates. Here we have the CME courses for endocrinology, as you can see in the left column. Here are the late endocrine deficit CME course, for example, with 1 CME credit point, which is equivalent to 1 hour's worth of learning. And when you finish your learning sequence for that particular chapter, it will go through also the learning courses, and as well as whether you prefer that in whichever language. These are the diabetes CME available accredited courses. Again, 1 credit is equivalent to approximately an hour's worth. Only when you complete can you download the European CME certificate. And this is really what it looks like. For example, if you've done all these within your profile, you can download and print that off. And this is roughly what it looks like as well on full certificates. And I have another minute to go. So this is our data analytics to show that our CME certificates, in less than 24 months, we have already issued more than 300 certificates with more than 12,900 visits. A lot of these CME courses have been completed mainly in Europe, but also a lot in North America, Asia, and Africa. These are examples of our publications in the last more than 10 years now, since I was in the founding committee for ISPAD SP e-learning. We've published more than 20 papers. These are our most recent ones. Again, they're all available on our SP e-learning platform. And we have had a fantastic participation from the CME accreditation survey, which we have presented at SP last year, and it's the middle of submissions to publication. We also have utilized SP e-learning, working on a pilot with Indonesia called Gped, where they've used all the ESME learning platform to do their training. So I just want to thank everyone here, SP, the ISPAD e-learning, the managerial support, especially Connie, and the partners, as well as our sponsors. So thank you so much. I know I've been just over a minute, but I hope this was a really useful whistle-stop discussion. E-learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mai, for this lecture, and to introduce everyone to the e-learning, hoping that they will use it. And by this, we will end these sessions, and we wish that all use wherever you are. It's really available and free, and we want bringing free education to all healthcare professionals, and we would like you to come and see and give us what do you think about it, and advise everyone to use it, and by this we can improve. Professor Mai, thank you very much for this session, interesting, and hoping to see you in other sessions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings from
This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being recorded.
Hello everyone, greetings from India and wish you all a very happy Deepavali. Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Cause, as we all know, of preventable intellectual disability. However, most newborn children of this particularly developing world are deprived of screening for congenital hypothyroidism. Today in this session, we have three eminent speakers from three different parts of the world who will be sharing their experience from their respective countries about newborn screening for congenital hypothyroidism. Each of these speakers would have 15 minutes to share their experience. After this, we will have a question and answer session, particularly related to the talks that are being covered. And after that, we will have Dr. Diane Webster from the International Society for Newborn Screening and New Zealand. She will be sharing the insights from the ISNS. Further to that, we will have question and answer sessions about the topic and also any other questions that may have been unanswered before. So I'm pleased to introduce the speakers for this session. Could we have their CV slides being displayed, please? So our first speaker is Dr. Aman Pulundan from Indonesia. Many of us know him, have interacted with him, and he is a very senior pediatric endocrinologist. He's the current executive director for International Pediatric Association, IPA, and he has been past president of Asia Pacific Pediatric Association as well as Asia Pacific Pediatric Endocrine Association. He's an active member of Gped and has been known to mentor several students and fellows from Indonesia. Our second speaker is Dr. Camila Cespedes from she is a pediatric endocrinologist from Colombia. She has been serving there since 2002. And she has been a past president of Colombian Pediatric Endocrinology Association. Our third speaker is Dr. Celisto Shingen. He is a pediatric endocrinologist working in Botswana. He's actively involved in pediatric endocrine as well as pediatric teaching, as well as undergraduate medical teaching. To give insights from the ISNS, we will have Dr. Diane Webster. She is a professor, professor at Liggins, honorary professor at Liggins Institute in the University of Auckland. She's been in a leadership role in the New Zealand Newborn Metabolic Screen Program. She has several achievements to her credit, including the Guthrie International Award for Newborn Screening. Without wasting any further time, we will be going on with the sessions. Firstly, the three experiences. I thank all the speakers for joining across. I mean, this is one of the most diverse session, I would say, of the entire meeting. Our speakers have joined from multiple time zones. So thank you all. Over to you, Dr. Aman.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Dr. Aman, we can see you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ganesh. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and also early morning, maybe from Diane from New Zealand. So I will share about the systematic neonatal screening for CH is we call that Indonesian experience. So nothing to disclose. Yes, sharing what's our experience in Indonesia. You know, Indonesian is the population right now 281 million people in 2024, and we have every single year 4.6 million annually. So seems like population in Singapore, every year we have this amount of baby. And 99.5% healthcare professional believe that CH benefit, of course. And 39.2% of parents still refuse. This is what we get from questionnaire from the parents. And the other challenge from us is we have 17,000 islands with the total area about 735,000 kilometer per square, and we have 38 provinces right now, and only 16 provinces with pet endo in the province. So this is one of our report that what we want to show it to the government. That's, you know, if we don't have any newborn screening, this is what we have. Our patient 96% developmental delay and 70.2% intellectual disability, and mostly the IQ below 70. And performance IQ scores, you know, associated with delay of the therapy. So we know that after this paper that we recommended, you know, we have to do in Indonesia newborn screening for CH as soon as possible. So just example of the patient from our clinic, from the hospital, same age, almost same age, and they were born in the same city, but the one from the left, they are not. She was not screening, so the IQ 37, and the one on the right side, the IQ is above. So this is two different situations in one city at the same age. So this is what still happening in Indonesia before we have a newborn screening system for the whole country. So the problem is the delay diagnosis, IQ above average for the second one, and the first one low IQ below 70. So this is the challenge newborn screening in developing country mostly. Let's say like in Indonesia, we have 8 Minister of Health until now, and then we can start the newborn screening, I mean, relaunch again. So you can see it here, even we started from 1999 before, and 2006, all the recommendation, a lot of then, and then pilot project, everything. So, and then start from 2022, after the pandemic, we have a new Minister of Health. So we relaunch the newborn screening in Indonesia. So the massive increase after this. And before that, we give also a report to this Minister of Health and this government that this is our pilot study. We publish it from the global data. CH is 1 in 2,500, but our data 1 in 1,200. So probably in Indonesia we have you know, more number of CH compared to other country. So after the new decree from Minister of Health, you can see the increasing what we have been doing here, and the Minister of Health task force. This is the new president, just you know, elected, and then just start the new government on the 20 October. So the first one with this president implementing health screening program for the entire community, including newborn screening. The second one and the third one, we are not talking about this, but the first one, thank you that, you know, the central government, everyone supporting for this. So this is our discussion before this with Minister of Health. So with next year, the target is 80% out of the 4 million, 4.6 million. So this is, we're talking about, you know, more than 2 million baby that we screen. This is not easy job, but we will try our best to do it. The visitation to NBS referral lab, we have to do it, establish MOU, the program access to all health center, and we have the data input to one system with the application. We have that one Satu Sehat platform, same all over the country that we have to do it. So before all the hospital, all the local minister of health, they have one platform system application, but right now only one system for the whole Indonesia. Satu Sehat, one health system. Satu is one. So this is, you can see it from 2023, 28% for the whole year, and until July we have it already 1.3 million screen. I don't know, this is a new government. We try to increase it. We hope that by the end of this year we can increase it to 50% of the babies, so about 2 million baby will be screened by this year. You can see the increasing every month from all over the country, the report. So the challenge, we just published it here. JP also part of this, and Paul Hoffman also part of this. Experience challenge for CH in Indonesia, for national cross-sectional. So the challenge, geographic, of course, is quite difficult. 70,000 island, 38 province is not easy. Family refusals, we still have it. Early discharge of newborn, but right now the government said the reimburse for the package of the newborn, it only can be reimbursed if they do it newborn screening, at least after 24 hours. So otherwise, they can before, they can do it early discharge before 24 hours. Insufficient training, follow-up treatment, resource constraint, data management, we will do it with the one system, one health system. Lab infrastructure and ethical dilemma is still a problem. So geographic, still a problem. Limited access to healthcare, family refusal, you can see it here. Early discharge, we try to overcome this. And insufficient training, only 38.5% of the respondents receive specific training. So we have to increase this. And resource constraint, lab infrastructure. Right now, there were only 2 labs before for the whole country. One in Jakarta, one in Bandung, and in one island, Java Island. And 2023, we have 11 labs, and 2024, it would be 40 labs. And the target 2025, it would be 29 labs. We don't know whether we increase the capacity of the lab, when we add more labs for the province. Because of the geographic problem, we think that increasing lab in the province much better compared to increasing the capacity of the lab. So follow-up, still a problem. So this is from our Minister of Health. The CH become national program, insurance decree from Minister of Health. And by this year, we have a pilot project for CEH, G6PD, and also for hearing screening and congenital heart disease. And next year, we added to eye screening also. So beside that, we have to prepare also the medicine, levothyroxine for CH. Medicine are locally manufactured with the lower cost now. So this is what we are doing. I was traveling to some other hospital in Java and also in Sumatra to see, because in 2023, just like tsunami, before they don't do any screening, and a lot of sample, they have to do it, in every single week. So our approach established the urgency. This is what we did and also what we are doing. Ensure the availability and access, involvement of clinician from the Indonesian Pediatric Society, and also the clinical pathology, and also the lab technician, national training of healthcare professional, national campaign to increase awareness, acceptance of NBS in Indonesia. Lesson learned. We have to prioritize NBS as it gives an opportunity for every babies. Commitment, harmonize, collaboration between stakeholders. Overcoming technical barrier, increase number of lab, training health worker. Indonesia, 5 geographic location, integrating NBS in the healthcare system and program. Increase awareness for mothers and family to concern for screening. Thank you. This is 2 of our patients. The one on the right now is 20 years old, special school, and her IQ, I think 50 or 60, something like that. The one on the left from Jakarta, IQ about, more than 125. So this is still happening in Indonesia. Thank you for the time. Over to you, Dr. Ganesh.
Thank you, Dr. Aman, for the wonderful insight from Indonesia. Just a reminder to the attendees that they can post their questions after exiting the full screen. You will have this chat option on your right-hand corner. We will be going on to the second talk by Dr. Camila Cespedes.
Good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor being here with you, sharing our experience in Colombia. And I want to thank you, the organizing committee, to invite me for this. I do not have, next please. I do not have any conflict of interest for this presentation. Next. This will be our agenda. We will have an introduction. I'm gonna show you some things about our legal framework. Some data about the national situation of the newborn screening, particularities of the health system in Colombia, our experience at our hospital in Bogota, and some conclusions. Next, please. As you know, I hope, Colombia is in the very northwest corner of South America. Colombia has 32 departments and island region. This area is about 1,150,000 square kilometers. I lose my screen. He has about, meanwhile, he has about 53 million people. And for the year 2023, there were 5,000 live births reported, and a reduction of 11% has been seen since the year before. And since 2014, it was a reduction of about 24%. Next, please. Okay, this is our legal framework. It includes this agreement of December 1998 and a resolution of the 2000, and it constitutes the legal basis to issue the neonatal screening for all the territory, the national territory, and it was stated as obligatory. Next, please. In 2010, the law of orphans diseases was issued to treat and diagnose these entities. And in 2012, congenital hypothyroidism was stated as an obligatory disease of notification, and this notification is done through the platform called CVigila. Next, please. In 2019, the law for expanded neonatal screening was stated, and it includes these entities and some inborn diseases, error of diseases. Next, please. Yes, dysenteries and this inborn errors of metabolism. But only until this year in February, this law that you're seeing is issued, and it is on the way to for all the technical and operational guidelines to start with the expanded neonatal screening, newborn screening that is not concluded yet. Next, please. So far, how we are doing neonatal screening in Colombia? Most of the samples are taken from the umbilical cord, and this is the TH point of cutoff point for TSH in umbilical cord. And some of them are taken from the heel, an average 48 hours after birth, some of them, but the majority from the umbilical cord. All the samples above this cutoff points, as you know, are recalled for a confirmation sample that is taken from serum, and TSH and free T4 are measured. And the confirmed case is the one, as everybody knows, with TSH elevated and free T4 low. Next, please. These are data from the governmental platform called CityHila. Until the year 2020, you can find data, graphic data like this, with data from congenital hypothyroidism. After that time, you can't not find those kind of data because congenital hypothyroidism was grouped with another congenital malformations. And for that time in 2020, 6.6 cases per 10,000 live births were reported. Next, please. What about the situation, our situation in Colombia in relation with Latin America? According to the gross national income per capita, Colombia is located in the up-middle income countries, with other countries like Mexico and Brazil and Argentina. Next, please. With the implementation of the program since 2000, we are located in an intermediate position related with the rest of Latin America, with a coverage of 81%, but the recall rate only reaches 50%. Next, please. And the same intermediate location is for the legislation. Next, please. And for publications. No, it's okay. You can go on. Thank you. The next. It is important to clarify some particularities of the health system in Colombia. It is decentralized. It means that there is not only one single entity in charge to deliver health system to people, but different ones and different for the different departments in Colombia. So it generates fragmented data in what is related to newborn screening and great inequities. For example, we have a good coverage in the capital, Bogota, but we have no coverage in remote regions like Amazonas, that is down on the south part of the country, or in the island region that is on the north in the Caribbean. Next, please. And related, I will show you some of these fragmented data that we have. This is these are data from the epidemiological surveillance report in Medellin. Medellin is the second city in Colombia. And here is reported the total of confirmed cases of congenital hypothyroidism between the year 2012 and 2020. And 84 cases are reported. Thank you. The next. These are data from our hospital in Bogota. Next, please. For that period of time, we screened 41,400 newborns, and we diagnosed 19 cases of congenital hypothyroidism. So the calculated incidence for that period was 1 per 1,083 live births. It is important to clarify that the mean time to start the treatment for that ward was less than 10 days. Next, please. And these are the latest data from the report of Bogota. Here, the congenital hypothyroidism cases were reported 42 days after birth. And only at that time of notification, only 33% of the cases have started treatment. And the average time of start treatment was 27 days after birth. Next, please. Here I want to show you some of the experience at my hospital in Bogota, Colombia. We have an established program of screening, of neonatal screening since 21. And there is a collaborated and established group work between all areas involved. We screen 100% of the lifers, and of suspected cases, 100% of them are recalled. And there is an established route of care to reach that the cases will start treatment quickly. Next, please. These are also epidemiological data from my hospital. And although we continue with the screening program since it started in 2001 until today, we have no cases of congenital hypothyroidism. 2019 and the first semester of this year. In April, we have one case. Next, please. Impact of our program. We published this in 2022 to describe the neurophysiological and physical development of patients. Next, please. Next. At this time, we, for this cohort and for that period of time, the mean time of start of treatment was 8 days. The majority of the patients have normal height and normal BMI. And during the psychological test, there were two domains affected. So two main domains, the memory and the language. For the last domain, we thought that the relation is more with the educational level of the mother than with the congenital hypothyroidism. In conclusion, yes, next, please. In conclusion, we have stated to the authorities of my country about the importance of a program, about the importance to measure the impact of the interventions and to centralize the diagnosis and the monitoring and the follow-up of the patients. But it has not been easy. It is clear that we need to optimize coverage in all the country to ensure the confirmation and to improve the time of start of treatment. Next, please. But we are in the middle of adjustment for the implementation for a wider screening program. And in the middle of a process of a national health reform. And this has had and will have effects on the way we have been functioning until now. Next, please. I want to give a special thank you to my colleague, Dr. Catalina Ferrero, for the contribution for this presentation. And thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Camila. Please, I would request you to stay on for the discussion.
Yeah.
Next, we have a presentation from Dr. Celestino Shinge. He will be sharing experience of congenital hypothyroidism screening from Botswana. Over to you, Dr. Celestino.
Good evening to all. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, Dr. Celestino, you are audible.
Great, thank you. Greetings to all. My name is Dr. Nchingana from Botswana, based in Princess Marina Hospital in Gaborone, Botswana. No financial obligations. This is gonna be my outline, and to the listeners and participants, apologies. I think we have had a technical issue with the video. I was supposed to be able to be seen, but I think there's been an issue. I don't know what's wrong with my video and my laptop. But my outline is going to be, I'll start with a case report, a brief on congenital hypothyroidism, discuss screening challenges, and then conclusion. So I'll briefly go through a case of this, a 9-year-old male.
Dr. Celestino, can I interrupt? I'm not able to see your screen. Is it possible for you to share your screen?
Oh, is it not shared? Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me go back to Zoom to share again. Where's my Zoom? Sorry. Share screen. Are you able now to see my screen?
It is starting to come up. Now we can see this. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You may have to convert to a full screen view.
Okay. All right. Apologies.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
we can see it very clear now. Thank you.
I was going to say we have our case report was of a 9-year-old male who initially had been on failure to thrive and delayed milestone, who had been seen locally and had not been sitting at 7 months of age. This chap has been on a 3-monthly reviews, and he had always been assured that he will catch up. The doctor who has followed this patient had done things like chromosomal analysis, and he had been on a dietitian follow-up for failure to thrive. At 10 months of age, the parents were concerned about his umbilical hernia, who then took him to a private ped surgeon, who when he saw this child, due to the poor growth, decided that they should be referred to a pediatrician for evaluation. He was noted to have a very high TSH of more than 100, and pediatric endocrinology clinic was consulted and he was started on levothyroxine. We know that his thyroid antibodies had been done and were normal. Within a short period of time, his TSH had improved to 1.09. And there was some improvement on his neurodevelopment. He was now sitting with support and cooling. At 17 months of age, the umbilical hernia had resolved, and neurodevelopmentally he was behaving like a 6-month-old child. At 2 months of age, 2 years, 2 months, he was now walking and gaining height well. And at 3 years, he was now having 2 wedded sentences. Problems came around 5 years of age, where now we are starting to have major behavioral issues. He was hitting others and continuously slapping himself. He was noted to have some marked delayed speech and quite a short attention span. Going further now to about 8 years of age, he was now diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and went behavioral psychotherapy. There was some improvement with his behavior, and also neurology got involved. So overall, we all know the basics of saying congenital hypothyroidism. The critical and most important bit about it is that we need to be needs early diagnosis to prevent or minimize cognitive impairment. It has a incidence of about 1 in 3,000, more predominant in the females than the males. For the countries that have system screening, usually done the first 3 days of life, it has been noticed that there's a cost-benefit ratio for screening rather than having a child with severe mental retardation. And the primary detection mostly being used for the TSH versus the T4. We know that majority of the cases that you get with hypothyroidism are primary, with thyroid dysgenesis accounting for about 80 to 85% of cases. And these are for the cases without iodine. Please remember that in some areas in Africa, they still have iodine deficiency. For central causes, we have some gene mutations like PROP1, PET1, and also sometimes you always to remember peripheral hypothyroidism. Now looking at newborn screening, this is where we always have to consider that an elevated TSH with T4 less than 10% of normal, or a markedly elevated TSH over 10 might give you a rise to clinical suspicion. Also, the signs and symptoms, because sometimes there's a delay in turnaround of getting your results, where you get those children with prolonged jaundice or lethargy and hypotonia. So usually we'll say if the TSH is quite elevated, and with a low T4, then you are looking at a case of a primary hypothyroidism congenital. While if the TSH and T4 are both low, then the likely diagnosis is secondary. Other modalities that you have is use of the ultrasound, taking maternal antithyroid antibodies, and for those kids with the midline defects, an MRI of the brain might be quite useful. We know, unfortunately, that only about 5 to 10% of these babies will present with known symptoms or with symptomology, which might be prolonged jaundice more than 14 days of life, poor feeding, macroglossia, hoarse cry, umbilical hernia, hypotonia, or lethargy. Occasionally, they might have a goiter, and some might have a wide anterior fontanelle. We have noted the patient, these babies, that they tend to have things like umbilical hernia. You can notice the posture there, which is a frog-like posture, which you can notice here. And on this other picture on the B, you notice the macroglossia, the large tongue on this baby. And when we go further on, this one, C, will be the one that will be presenting with a prolonged jaundice. And there's umbilical hernia also there. And we said in a small number of children, you'll get the goiter. So this was a case of a 5-month-old who had been on follow-up with neurology for possible cretinism and developmental delay. But we can notice that this child had periorbital edema, macroglossia, had hypotonia, frog-like posture, where upon referral to endo, they did the thyroids and found that this child had actually had congenital hypothyroidism, which had been missed. So what is our goal? Our goal is that these patients with congenital hypothyroidism needs to be treated as soon as possible. We need the TSH to normalize within a week to 2, and the T4 within a week. And then there's going to be serial number of investigations that are done to ensure that we have optimized their treatment. So same thing, this picture showing the one before treatment, and we can see the marked improvement post initiation of treatment. And unfortunately, we get these late presenters who have developed severe mental retardation and marked short stature. It's just one of those where we always wonder, where do these kids actually disappear? But one of the things we know, I think even in my country, is that whenever you get some of these children with severe mental retardation, they end up being put somewhere in the farms or somewhere where they're out of sight of everybody. And I think it's ongoing education to say, people, if there's something we can do about it, please don't hide them. So now the next topic is on screening. There was a review journal that was done on congenital hyperthyroidism by Mary Limbe from Kenya and Dr. Kayode from Nigeria. So definitely we know that there's no screening in sub-Saharan Africa. There is a big concentration of the big three, which is HIV, malaria, and TB. And on top of that, these are the conditions where there is a beneficiary from foreign aid. These are being funded. So the concentration of the policymakers usually is on that. So, and with this paper, there was to show that because most of these places you have to pay for treatment and also for investigation, is to evaluate and educate healthcare workers on the importance of screening for hypothyroidism and also the parents, and to show them that cost benefit. Another case was where another paper was a paper from Nigeria also, where they had considered, will it be worth incorporating congenital hypothyroidism screening with sickle cell disease, because it is well developed, the sickle cell screening. But I think some of the issues that came on was who's going to fund it, because the parents have to pay for the investigation and management. So will there be a buy-in? Is this something they will still also use the sickle cell screening to say, look, this is the importance? Because for this, there's a challenge of cost of the labs that are going to be adequately doing these things, and follow up and recall of this patient. So it is a challenge in the sense that you find that the policymakers tend to concentrate on the curative aspect than the preventative aspect of medicine. Now, coming closer to a country that we share the border with, it is more advanced in the health sector compared to my country. We note that the newborn screening in South Africa, it was a paper that looked at the past, present, plans for the future. Same thing, there isn't a newborn screen in South Africa. Only about 0.5% of births are screened annually, which are both public and private. There was once a point where they used to have a newborn screen. In the 1970s, there was screening for congenital hypothyroidism. In 1979 to 81, they had been screened about 13,000, and out of that, they managed to find 2 cases. And then also 1981 to 86, there was 45,000, and they diagnosed 11. So that being the challenges, now, like I said, there's those 3 big those 3 big issues that they concentrate on. So the challenges usually becomes on there is early discharge of these patients from the hospital. So mostly babies are discharged within 6 hours of age. There is an issue with how do we follow up these patients? Is there an accountability in following up of this patient? There isn't adequate resources put both in human resource and or financial resource. Also, there is poor logistics with communicating results, and there are technical challenges also, including sample collection and methodology. I had to bring this up, and in South Africa, there was a time in 2021 where they made clinical guidelines on newborn screening, but they are still awaiting implementation. And we know that it was discontinued because the powers being felt it was not cost effective, and there were other pressing health issues, which are those are the big three. Now, coming to my own country, Botswana, there is no screening, no newborn screening, but the positives is that it's free health. So it means you get your medications free, you get your investigations done free of charge, and then there's iodized salt. Though it looks rosy, there are huge challenges. One of the biggest challenges that our lab that does thyroid function test is based in the city, and there's only one lab. So in that way, there is a delayed turnaround time of results. There are times when we get short of reagents, like recently we waited a couple of months before we started getting our thyroid function tests. So because it's centralized, they restrict the number of tests they can do per year in a patient, and you really need to advocate and have a motivate for them to do serial tests. Most times they will probably do 3 or 4 in a year, but not more than that. But for you to do a serial investigation, you need to really advocate for it. We note that Botswana is a vast country. The reason I put France there is more or less the same size as France. It has about a population of about 2 million people. So as you can notice how vast it is, it means Botswana all over the country. So now the challenge is how do the results from different aspects of the country reach Botswana? Yes, there's still a good shortage of pediatricians, which then means there's misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis. And because of that slow turnaround time, you get your results roughly in 8 to 12 weeks. There's been also some times where we get unreliable supply of levothyroxine because we have a centralized medical stores that buys for the whole country. And sometimes, yes, that brings its own challenges with supplies around the country. The children being hidden, we rarely see the criticism. So, like I said, when we explore that, we always find that there are some children that are not actually being kept around. They're hidden, possibly, from everybody else. So, overall, what we know is that, and that's the message that everybody keeps on saying, congenital hyperthyroidism is a preventative cause of mental retardation. We note even in our case that there was a delayed diagnosis in a child that has been followed up by a pediatrician. We are still advocating for a screening program. We are still meeting the powers thing. But like I said, when we talk about those big three, which is the HIV, the malaria, the TB, we still need to really make them aware that this is something that in the long term is cheaper and cost effective to do. Is it possible that we can decentralize the testing center? Maybe it's something, maybe rather than just having one center, we can have one in the north and the south, because Botswana is fast. So that leads to slow turnaround time of results. At the moment, we are having continued CMEs on congenital hyperthyroidism. We need to make sure that there's improved diagnosis wherever each and every kid is, each and every child is. And we have a free kind of there's only 2 of us pediatric endocrinologists in the country, and we are both based in the same center. So yes, we are reachable all the time, and we have always tried to say, look, if you're not sure about a child, please liaise with us. We have a very good antenatal screening and teaching, and we have said if we can make the parents be aware of the possible signs and symptoms of congenital hyperthyroidism, maybe if they realize that that child is not well, they might be able to go and discuss it with the nurse and the doctor to say, look, is it
Dr. Celestio, can we, I think we are over time now. Thank you.
Apologies. That's my last class. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Dr. Celestio. could we have all the speakers unmuted and their videos on? So in this part of the session, we will be covering the questions that have been asked to specific speakers. Then I would request Dr. Diane Webster to comment on all the three talks and then continue with her talk after that. And after that, we will be taking up questions which are related to a general topic of congenital hyperthyroidism. So there's a question for you, Dr. Camilla, that from Dr. Paula. It is that whether the expanded screening that you talked about, what impact will the expanded screening have on the current form of screening?
Thank you for the question. And we don't really know. As I show you, there are the guidelines and there are the interest to have this expanded screening program. But the entities and the persons that will be responsible to assure that the samples will be taken on time. And for most of the other diseases, it has to be after 48 hours of life. It's not established at this moment. So we are doing the neonatal screening here in Colombia, taking the samples from the umbilical cord, because it is the way to assure that we have a good coverage, because it is not easy to find the mothers and the babies after that time. So we don't really know. And what we are waiting and expecting is that we are in the middle of a health reform. So you can not plan anything now. It's sad, but.
So a question to Dr. Aman. Did it take you a lot of convincing or a lot of effort to convince the politicians? Like, how did you manage to convince the politicians for the importance of newborn screening program?
Yeah, I think it's not easy, because I was mentioning before, it took more than 20 years to convince the politician. We have 8 ministers of health, but the only thing we have to do is just keep doing and keep convincing them. This is the only thing that we can do. And finally, because it's even for the most difficult problem, actually not from the politician. This is the secret, but from medical professional. A lot of doctor, even pediatrician, they don't understand what's newborn screening. What is it for? They have a lot of other programs that they thought this is important. This is the truth is, and finally, we are get tired also with the society of the professional, of the a lot of healthcare professional. So yeah, then.
So did it happen after presentation of some data to the politicians, or was it because some doctors or some societies have some known connections or known friends in the ministry who who were easy to convince or something like that?
Well, honestly, all the health minister before is medical doctor, even professor. I couldn't convince them.
Oh.
But this minister of health, the one right now, used to be a banker. He's economist. He knows how to calculate, the government will lose a lot of money, for what we need the screening for, how the government will lose a lot of money, to taking care all this kind of disease. If not, we don't do any screening. So this is something that is quite, difficult to convince. Sometimes that's why, we have 7 medical minister of health before medical doctor. We just couldn't convince them. We have a lot of data. They said they released the minister decree, but they didn't give any budget for that. because they don't know how to use the budget also. But this Minister of Health, he's a banker. He knows how to use the budget.
Okay. Thank you so much for that insight. One question for Dr. Silitso. I understand the limitations in getting a TSH test done because the system is of a free healthcare or a public healthcare system. But if parents or, if somebody wants to get the thyroid function test done for their newborn baby, as if the parents are aware, how difficult it is for them to get done on a private basis or on a is it difficult for them to get it done? Does it take that much time even for if they pay for it?
Thank you for the question. There's definitely medical, private medical help, but I think one of the things is also convincing the doctor looking after the patient to say, is this necessary? I think I've had some challenges whereas I knew some people who said, we attended this person, and I said, no, you know what, you come with a background history of yourself having thyroid disease. Please tell them that you need to do your baby needs a screening. But it was a to and fro, so you can see that it's also a challenge. But for some of the doctors that are aware, they will automatically do it with the request of the parents, and medical aid will cover.
Yeah. So I think we will be taking some other questions which are related to the general topic per se after the talk by Professor Webster. Professor Webster, if you could comment, if you have any comments about these three presentations, and then I would request you to start with your presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm humbled listening to your presentations because I come from a very small, very, very small country. We have 60,000 births a year, and we've been screening for more than 50 years for hypothyroid. So I can't imagine the challenges. I can certainly imagine the challenges of dealing with politicians. What I am hearing from you, I have heard from many other countries starting screening. And they're around family awareness, of family understanding the importance of hypothyroid screening, or indeed any other screening in a baby that seems well. And why should I hurt it, stab its foot, because it is a well baby? And also infrastructure issues in terms of follow-up. And those are totally universal problems for emerging programs. And it's going to be very interesting to listen to your further experiences as you move along with your screening. In my talk, I'll touch on some other things that some other emerging programs have found important. So perhaps we'll start that. Having some trouble finding my right window here. Are you seeing that?
As of now, I'm not able to see your screen.
Okay.
Yes,
fixed?
yes,
Got it.
It's there.
And I'm really not wanting to tell people how to go on. I'm wanting really to share some things I've learned from talking to people over the years, and be very interested in your responses and your further comments. I just need to I'll structure the first part of my talk around the screening pathway, and that's the steps that a family goes through when they're having screening. So it's your offer of screening, which ideally is antenatally. It's the fact that in most jurisdictions, parents can choose or not choose screening, even in those jurisdictions where the screening is legislated. For example, many of the North American states. And then a sample's taken, goes to the lab, gets tested. And one of our other pinch points in screening is follow-up and diagnostic treatment and testing, finding the babies for the who will benefit from follow-up. I've met many people over the years who really, really want screening for their country. But it seems to me that everybody needs to get into the room to talk about screening, because that's all the people that are needed to make screening successful. It's the people who have got the money, but it's also the people who are going to make screening work. And the people who make screening work in many jurisdictions are the maternity services. The laboratory is important, but in many ways it's the easiest part of a screening system. And of course, when we find babies from screening, they need treatment. Pediatrics and pediatric endocrinology are critically important. And I was very interested to hear from Colombia and from Indonesia, working on information systems that enable screening parameters to be collected and monitored. Today I've heard 39% refusal rate and maybe 20% refusal rate. And the consent to screening is only part of the success of screening that families bring to the picture, because they not only have to agree to screening, they have to bring the baby back or able to be contacted when there is a positive screening test. And then following diagnosis, they have to give the baby the medicine. At that point, it becomes really important that families have access to timely information in an appropriate form. So general information about screening, specific information about hypothyroidism, positive tests when they come up, and then specific information about the disorder and the treatment. And I think for most of you, you know that really. Maternity services are important because they, in general, are the people who take the specimens, and they, in general, are the people who send specimens to the laboratory, predicated on laboratory testing rather than other forms which we might touch on later. So maternity services need support from the screening program. They need good information so that they feel confident about talking to families and providing families with the information that will convince them to be screened. But they also need to be trained in how to take samples and how to look after the samples so they reach the testing lab in good form. And they need also to know how to tell a family not such good news about their baby's positive test, and be able to be supported in that, particularly with pediatric endocrinology, and more especially if clinical critical type disorders like CAH are added to the program. The timing of the test is important, and it definitely works best if it fits in with maternity services and the infrastructure. So for that, there's quite a lot of different considerations. First of all, is it good to have a central laboratory or a number of laboratories linked together for a national program? Or is it possible to use some kind of near-patient testing? And there are available near-patient hypothyroid tests. We're not sure how many of those are going to be suitable for newborn screening, but that could well be a useful thing to do. We have shown in New Zealand that our testing works better if it's done in the birthing facility rather than in the community. Cord blood works for many disorders, but there are people who have said that it's hard to change from cord blood to blood spotulators if you want to add inborn errors of metabolism. There is successful screening for inborn errors of metabolism done as early as 12 hours of age in some of the United States, and many places now screen after 24 hours. So if it's possible for baby to stay in the birthing facility a little bit longer, then that can be an option. Some screening programs use liquid blood and they use their main lab chemistry analyzers, and that would be, for example, for TSH, and that can be either cord blood, or cord blood could be dropped onto paper and dried and used in the same way as blood from a heel stick. And the critical thing in many jurisdictions is how to get the sample to the laboratory in good shape, because many of our analytes are sensitive to both temperature and humidity. Something to bear in mind is that there are a big number of companies who sell newborn blood spot TSH reagents. That's only the beginnings of a list, and I could put you in touch with somebody who could give you a fuller list and contact information. All screening works on trying to sort out people who might have a problem from people who probably don't have a problem. And in order to do that in a way that works in a particular jurisdiction, you want to have initially at least quite a high positive predictive value. So you need to think about the condition that you're screening for and indeed how severe you want to find. There's a lot of subclinical hypothyroidism, and that's probably not a useful target for hypothyroid screening. If a program starts with a high cutoff, that builds confidence in the program because it has a high positive predictive value, it makes good stories, and the cutoff can be dropped later on as the program progresses and learns how to make follow-up and detecting families work in a particular circumstance. There are all sorts of ways to set cutoffs, either when you're just starting from literature or from a neighbouring lab, and cutoffs can be set by saying, my follow-up system can manage 1%, my follow-up system can only manage 0.1%. And they can be, you can use an absolute number like 50 million international units per litre of blood, or you can use a multiple of the median, which can be helpful for analytes which are temperature sensitive as the seasons vary. Need to think about how samples get reported and to whom. Important that when there's a result that needs urgent action, it's communicated to somebody who will do something about it and commits to that. I'm hearing today, and I have heard many times, how hard it is for the program and for sample submitters to contact the family. Some people think it would be good to be able to report normal screens, but emerging programs in general don't have the capacity to do that. screening and testing the babies is a part only of the program, but it's important also to know how well your screening program is performing, to be able to start to balance the goods and harms. I think us and Botswana probably would use 5-year data because the number of cases in these rare diseases is small, and otherwise the data bounces around too much. Our positive predictive value is about 40% for congenital hypothyroidism. And we also monitor how long the samples take to get to our lab, how old the baby is when the sample is collected. We have targets for those things, and we sort of get close to most of them. So many people are involved in the screening program that it's good to have insight from all the people who help to make it work. And sometimes these evolve from a planning group, and sometimes they are guided by a policy framework where somebody sat down and said, this is how our screening program will work. What has been very exciting in the screening world very recently, earlier this year, the World Health Organization passed a resolution at the 77th Assembly, and in order to progress their sustainable development goals, they have, and for a long time, been focused on screening and management of children with birth defects. From this resolution, they are accepting that birth defects include biochemical and clinical birth defects. So newborn blood spot screening absolutely comes under the coverage of this resolution. And there have been some programs I'm aware of where newborn blood spot screening has got extra credence with funders when it's been linked to a commitment to help improve other kinds of screening, for example, physical screening for birth defects. And finally, there are a big number of groups who are working to encourage newborn screening internationally. I think most of you will be aware that about 2/3 of the babies in the world don't get any screening at all. So the International Society of Neonatal Screening and International Federation of Clinical Chemistry have a joint task force. There's other specialist groups, for example, American Society of Hematology, working particularly in Africa on hemoglobinopathy screening. Professor Kamansita Padilla has been working widely in the Asia Pacific region through the Asia Pacific Human Genetics Society. Kate Armstrong and CLAN, although initially focusing on supply of medicines, has been a strong advocate and support for newborn screening. And American Chemistry, very supportive, particularly in a quality way. And not least, but finally, the World Health Organization. So thank you, and I'm happy to have thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Professor Webster. That gives us a good amount of time to discuss more questions. There were a couple of questions which I had not taken up earlier because they were generic questions. And there was one question specifically addressed to Professor Aman, if he's still online. So
Yep.
this was a question from Indonesia, that how would you monitor, a patient on thyroxine in a remote setting area, if they are staying significantly away from the healthcare facility? How often would you call them, or how often would you see them?
Okay, this is a good question. The question from Indonesia, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Like I was mentioning during my presentation, we have 38 provinces. There are only 16 provinces with pediatric endocrinology, but the program for newborn screening for CHs all over Indonesia. So what we do right now, every single cases with positive CH, they can do it consultation online.
Okay.
So we, as long as there is a pediatrician over there, the pediatrician can do consultation online. But I think it's to start a new treatment for the CH. It doesn't have to be pet endo. It's the the competency of the all pediatrician right now in Indonesia. So as long as there is a new cases, they can start the treatment as soon as possible. But if they need consultation, yeah, they can do it online also through our society. There is a list called Pet Endo in Indonesia. So the closest province from the, let's say, the island, something like that, they can do it online by phone. Also, we have the application in Indonesia, what we call the Primaku, the application from our society, collaboration with Minister of Health. From this application, they can do consultation also to all pediatricians in Indonesia. Pet endo, I mean.
Yeah. So telemedicine has been one of the good find of COVID pandemic, I think.
Especially after the pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially,
So,
yeah.
Dr. Diane, would you,
another benefit, after the pandemic, yeah.
Professor Webster, would you like to comment? Oh, you've raised your hand.
Well, I know that Professor Hoffman, who is very familiar to you, has suggested that in remote settings, if your newborn screening lab is set up to particularly measure thyroxine as well as TSH, dry blood spots can be used for monitoring hypothyroid patients and indeed CAH patients. So you don't necessarily need to make the patients travel a long way to the laboratory. They can collect in their home.
The other two questions are not related to primary congenital hypothyroidism, which is the main, purpose, at least to begin with, the purpose of starting a newborn screening program. But I think we can still take these questions. Maybe, this is not addressed to any specific person. So maybe Dr. Camila, if you would like to address this, what would be like your experience from your screening program of central hypothyroidism? Do you come across cases of central hypothyroidism, and how do you deal with them?
Thank you very much. We have made a lot of work with the neonatal unit, and because it's really important to understand when we do the screening only with TSH, this part of neonatal hypothyroidism can pass. And I'm in a university hospital, so we have resident students, etc. And we insist every time when they put the result of the TSH and they say there is no neonatal hypothyroidism, to put the word primary neonatal hypothyroidism. And with the neonatologist, we were together with a guideline, as the guideline in our hospital, to outline the patient that could be suspected of having central neonatal hypothyroidism. And for that kind of, for example, the children for asphyxia. For example, our hospital is this remission center for protocol of hypothermia. So many asphyxiated newborns reach the hospital. So we have a protocol for that kind of patients with asphyxia, with alteration of the middle line, how to rescreen the twins, for example, and to take and for those that have a history of constipation, etc., that kind of risk factor, to take not only the result of the TSH from the cord, from the umbilical cord, but to take a sample and to measure TSH and free T4.
Thank you. I think there are a couple of points, and I think this is something which was there in my mind also. Maybe Professor Webster, you could answer this. So there seems to be all the time this debate about cord sample versus a heel prick sample, and it seems to me that taking a cord blood sample, I mean, one logic given is the same thing, that you cannot really change from one program to another to kind of, if you decide later on to screen for other metabolic disorders. But would that question kind of delay the congenital hypothyroidism, starting the congenital hypothyroidism screening, and would it be just simpler to start the cord blood program? Because at least from the data that we saw, the coverage seems to be much higher even in the settings of early discharges. Also, the reports may be available before the mother goes back. So confirmatory sample testing, etc., becomes much more feasible. And there is a specific question about whether the cutoff needs to be different for cord blood versus the heel prick. What cutoff is used for when you are screening TSH using cord blood? In this context, I would also like to point out that there's often confusion and unawareness about the reporting units of TSH. So there is this whole blood units versus serum units, and we just remember the number of 10, 15, or 20, but we don't really see whether it is a whole blood unit or whether it is a serum unit. I think this should be clarified with the laboratory about what the reporting units are. Professor Webster, would you like to discuss these points?
You're absolutely correct about the units, and many newborn screening kits are calibrated in blood units, but everywhere, every paper I look at, every review doesn't say if it's a blood unit or a serum unit. And it's really important for TSH because there's about a 2-factor between the blood unit and the serum unit. So a cutoff of 15 in blood, which works quite well for a 24 to 48 hour heel prick sample, is around about 30, 35 per serum, which is the unit that most endocrinologists would be more used to. Your second point, or the second easy point to answer, is the one about, do you need separate cutoffs for cord blood? And the answer is yes, you do, because the TSH is higher in cord blood. And if you, well, you don't exactly need a higher cutoff, but you'll have a higher recall rate, a higher false positive rate in younger babies, if you're still aiming to catch in the older babies. Many programs have a sophisticated enough laboratory management system to be able to do their screening program cutoff in hours of age and to run their samples hour by hour, although that can be difficult if it's based in a regular clinical chemistry lab, because regular clinical chemistry labs do age in days. They really can't really do age in hours, and your normal value TSH varies hour by hour rather than day by day. The hard part of your question to answer is about, should you use cord blood? And screening programs don't work in isolation. They work as a part of a functioning healthcare system. And so it's a question of, say, what can fit into my system? And when are the available points of contact to take a sample? And what's going to benefit our babies the most? And what benefits babies the most is having their hypothyroidism detected, or secondarily having their hemoglobinopathies detected. And therefore, if you've only got a mum who stays in a healthcare facility for a few hours and then goes home, I don't see that and is difficult to contact, because the next contact is going to be when baby's vaccinated at 6 weeks. You haven't got any option. if you want to screen for hypothyroidism. You've only got the baby when it's just born. You've only got cord blood. On the other hand, if it's possible for mum to stay maybe 12 hours, then you can start thinking about a heel prick, and then after 12 hours you can start thinking about adding other disorders in a reasonable way. You can screen for CAH on cord blood as well, and hemoglobinopathies, cystic fibrosis, SMA, anything that's a gene or an enzyme rather than a marker metabolite, you can do on cord blood. So I'm sorry I haven't got an answer for that.
Yes. There is one more question about subclinical hypothyroidism. Again, it is not directed to any specific speaker. So often we come across this combination of mildly elevated TSH with normal T4 in the screening. And the question says, how long can one wait before deciding to start treatment in this situation? Maybe Dr. Webster, you could answer this.
That's not a question for me. That's
okay. So, Dr. Aman or Dr. Seletso?
Yep.
Camila, you want to take it, or up to you? It's okay. Well, depends. I think the policy in Indonesia, we don't treat it, but depends on what's the TSH level. But it's still continue above 10. I think I would treat it. I think.
So something like beyond 3 or 4 weeks, beyond a month, if it continues to be more than 10, would you treat?
Yes.
Right.
I will say it depends the kind of patient.
Yeah.
If you can sure to follow him, you can wait a little more if you can do some samples 3 or 4 weeks after the first one. If the patient is gonna disappear, it's better to treat and not to wait, because you don't know what it's gonna happen. So it depends also of these factors, I think.
Yeah,
I've not seen a good controlled paper looking at the benefits of treating subclinical hypothyroidism. I've seen a lot of papers that say I treated it and the children did really well, but no control groups, no comparison. And therefore, given that thyroxine is cheap, and given that you can monitor the levels and you can monitor the TSH and the thyroxine, I can't see that there's any harm in treating, even without good evidence of benefit.
I would probably, I think we've reached the end of the session. We don't have more time. We in India, I mean, India is the most populous country in the world with 23 million deliveries happening every year. And not just the number of people, but also we have 28 states and 8 union territories, which are all very different from each other. And therefore, it has several challenges. As of now, in India, there is no national program for screening, but there is a ray of hope in this form that 2 states have started statewide screening programs. But even now, the percentage of newborns being screened is less than 5%. So there are positive changes happening because a large number of deliveries happen in private sector. And at least larger hospitals or metro cities, the private sector is advising screening for all newborn babies. So with this, I think I would like to conclude this session. We've had a long and wonderful session. I would thank all the speakers for making to this session and staying through
This meeting is being recorded.
Can I share the slides?
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Khalid Hussein. Professor Hussein is the Division Chief of Pediatric Endocrinology in at Sidra Medicine, where he has made remarkable contributions since 2016, establishing a state-of-art clinical services dedicated to the management of childhood glucose disorder, including severe hypoglycemia and various forms of diabetic mellitus. His research focused on childhood glucose disorder, particularly severe hypoglycemia, with rare form of diabetes mellitus. With over 400 peer-reviewed publication, high impact journal, Prof. Hussein has made significant contribution for our understanding of glucose physiology. Please join me in welcoming Professor Khalid Hussein to the stage. Please, Khalid.
Thank you very much, Honorman. I'm very grateful for the organizers for allowing me to give this presentation this evening. And I'm very proud of the achievements that you've made for setting up this global pediatric endocrinology group. So what I want to do today, over the next half an hour, is give you an overview of a complex endocrine disorder called congenital hyperinsulinism. So I've got nothing to declare. So the outline of this talk will focus on firstly giving you a background to what is hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. I will then do a typical case presentation, which will highlight the difficulties in diagnosis and management in the clinical presentation of these patients. I'll show you how we make the diagnosis, focus on management, and show you some new therapies that are coming along in the pipeline. Then I will focus on the challenges that we see in resource-constrained countries, and eventually then summarize the presentation. So let's begin by looking at what is hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. So this is a condition in which there is unregulated secretion of insulin from the pancreatic beta cell. Under normal physiology, the insulin secretion is tightly controlled by the beta cell to keep the glucose concentration between 3.5 and 5.7 millimoles per liter. So in this condition, that relationship between insulin secretion and glucose concentration is perturbed, so insulin secretion becomes unregulated. That then causes persistent and recurrent hypoglycemia. So this condition is one of the major causes of recurrent hypoglycemia and severe hypoglycemia. Now, the condition used to be named, and different names were given to this condition. For example, it's called at one stage nesidioblastosis, or PHHI, or leucine-sensitive hypoglycemia. These are old terminologies. We now call this condition congenital hyperinsulinism. And one of the take-home messages, this condition leads to major hypoglycemic brain injury, because as you'll see in a minute, when insulin is secreted in excess, there are no alternative brain substrates for the brain to use. And this is just an example, an MRI scan of one of my patients who was diagnosed quite late. And you can see significant parietal occipital brain injury. And this patient has got cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and epilepsy. So there are three main different types of hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. You may see this as what we call the transient form, which typically you've probably seen in infant or diabetic mother, in patients with IUGR, or where perinatal stress occurs. You may see it as part of a syndrome, and I'll just show you in the next slide the number of syndromes that are associated with this. But I'm going to focus the talk on the congenital forms, the genetic forms of this condition. Now, there are a large number of syndromes associated with this condition. I've just listed some of the common ones on this slide. You all know that Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome is the most common one, but all the others on this slide have been reported with hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. So just be aware of certain syndromes associated with this form of hypoglycemia. Now let's focus on the genetic causes of hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. This table really summarizes the known genetic causes so far. And I'm just going to point to some of the common ones or some of the unusual ones that you should be aware of. The commonest cause of persistent, severe, and medically unresponsive form of hyperinsulinism is due to mutations in these two genes. Now, these two genes, you've probably heard of these before because they're involved in neonatal diabetes. So the mutations that occur in children with hyperinsulinism are opposite to those that occur in patients with neonatal diabetes. And these two genes, they encode for proteins that regulate insulin secretion on the beta cell. Now, these three genes lead to protein-induced hypoglycemia. So if you have neat protein in the diet, that triggers hypoglycemia. Now, this one is associated with a high ammonia level, and these two have, this one can also be associated with a high ammonia level, but this one is a normal ammonia concentration. So just remember, if you have hyperinsulinism with protein-sensitive hypoglycemia, the abnormality may lie in one of these genes. And more recently, you've probably seen these hepatic transcription factors from patients with MODY. So patients with these hepatic transcription factor defects can present in the newborn period with hypoinsulinic hypoglycemia, which later can flip to develop MODY in the same family. So very important when you take a history in the patients to see if there was any neonatal hypoglycemia or MODY. So they're the most common ones. The rest are all rare. So here I'm just showing you a very simple outline of a beta cell. This is a beta cell, and this is glucose coming in. This is a mitochondria. The mitochondria generates ATP and ADP from glucose metabolism. And then this is the channel that those two genes, the ABCC8 and the KCN gene, make up. So this channel, then what happens? It closes, so membrane depolarizes, and calcium comes in, insulin exocytosis takes place. And this is called the ATP-dependent mechanism, but there are other multiple mechanisms, including this signal amplification pathway, that are involved in insulin secretion. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this cartoon model is because I'll show you later where some of the drugs that we use for managing these patients work. So just remember this KTP channel, calcium entry, and this is a receptor that I'll show you for octreotide later on. So let's now look at a typical case presentation of how these patients may present. So this is a baby that I looked after when I worked in London at Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. So this baby was born at term, birth weight of 3.6 kilograms, normal pregnancy, no history of diabetes. On day one, the baby started feeding poorly and then started fitting, was admitted to the neonatal unit, and apart from all the other investigations, the blood glucose was 0.8 millimoles per liter. So this baby was then given a bolus of dextrose and commenced on 10% dextrose infusion to deliver a glucose infusion rate of 8 milligrams per kilo per minute. And despite this, baby was still hypoglycemic, so the glucose infusion rate was increased. Now, one practical note here to a glucose infusion rate of above 8 milligrams per kilo per minute. This is virtually pathognomic of this condition. There's virtually no other condition in children where you can get a high glucose infusion rate apart from hyperinsulinism. And then to cut a very long story short, just to show you how severe the condition was in this baby, as you can see, still hypoglycemic at 26 milligrams per kilo per minute. And eventually the baby needed 30 milligrams per kilo per minute to get a blood glucose concentration above 3.5 millimoles per liter. Now, most of these babies do present the neonatal period, but this publication shows that even some of the older children may present with monogenic forms of hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. And those of you that are interested in guidelines, these are the latest guidelines published, which have put together all the evidence over the last 10 to 15 years on patients with hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. And these guidelines focus on how to make the diagnosis and give guidance in terms of management. So how do we make the diagnosis? So the typical diagnosis, the clues are first the increased glucose infusion rate. So this is typical profile on a patient. So for example, you have hypoglycemia, you have a detectable insulin level. Now again, a key message, the insulin level does not have to be high. The fact that insulin is detectable in the presence of hypoglycemia is a clue that this is dysregulated insulin secretion. The ammonia was measured in this patient because I mentioned earlier, in some forms, the ammonia level is high. The other two key important factors here are the fatty acids and the ketone bodies. Now remember that insulin suppresses lipolysis. So that's why the fatty acids and the ketone bodies are low. And this is the pathognomic hallmark of hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. So an increased glucose infusion rate, a detectable insulin, and the action of insulin on fatty acids and ketone bodies. And it's because these children cannot generate ketone bodies, they're susceptible to hypoglycemic brain injury. And if you go back to the MRI that I showed you, this explains the severity we observe in these patients. Now, sometimes the diagnosis can be quite tricky, especially some of the older children. And there are other clues that you might get. For example, if you give glucagon to patients, you see a nice rise in the blood glucose concentration, usually an increment of 1.5 millimoles. And that's because these patients have a large amount of stored glycogen in the liver. If you measure the IGF-BP1, they may have reduced levels, and this is because insulin suppresses IGF-BP1 levels. And some patients are given octreotide as treatment. And again, these patients show a very good response to octreotide if the diagnosis is right. So these tests are done sometimes, but not in every patient. These are only done in those patients where the diagnosis may be difficult or tricky, or the milder forms of hyperinsulinism. So in terms of medical therapy, these are the drugs that we use. Now, diazoxide is the mainstay of medical therapy. And in neonates, we normally combine this with chlorothiazide because one of the main actions of diazoxide is it retains fluid, so you can get cardiac failure. And I'll show you in a minute how diazoxide works. There have been case reports of nifedipine being responsive, but in my experience over the last 25 years, no patient with the established genetic form of hyperinsulinism has responded to nifedipine. Glucagon is used as a holding maneuver. Glucagon infusion or an injection allows the release of stored glucose from the liver, so it raises the blood glucose concentration. And I'll show you the mechanism of octreotide. Octreotide, you can either have the 3 or 4 injections a day or long-acting octreotide. And we described a drug called sirolimus, which was effective in a few patients as well. So let's go back to the case presentation. So this patient was started on 5 milligrams per kilo per day of diazoxide, which was gradually increased to 20 milligrams per kilo per day and no response. So the baby was still needing large amounts of IV dextrose. The nifedipine was tried, but again, no response. And the only way you were able to maintain a normal blood glucose concentration was by using a combination of IV dextrose and oral feeds plus octreotide infusion. And if you go back to this cartoon model that I showed you earlier on, if you remember, I explained these were the KTP channels. So the drug diazoxide will bind to this component, the SUR1, and if the channel is intact, it'll open the channel, and that then prevents the depolarization. So on a practical note, if your patient does not respond to diazoxide, it's very, very likely that the mutation lies in one of the genes that encodes this channel, the KTP channel. Now, calcium nifedipine works by binding to this channel, but as I explained in my experience, I haven't found nifedipine to be very useful. And octreotide works by binding to its receptor here. And octreotide has got multiple actions in the beta cell. One of the key things it does, it allows or reduces the insulin excitosis, but it also stabilizes membrane-bound KTP channels. But there are multiple other actions. So these are the mechanisms how these drugs actually work on the beta cell. So most of these patients that we see with severe forms of hyperinsulinism are unresponsive to medical therapy. So what's the next step? What do we do? So we can either do surgery, in other words, do either a limited pancreatectomy or a total pancreatectomy. We can do genetic testing, and I'll explain that in a minute. Or is there anything else we should do? So if you look at the histological subtypes, if you firstly looking at the genetics of these patients, so if you look at the actual histology of the pancreas in these patients, there are three main forms. There's the diffuse form, which can be recessive or dominant, and most commonly it's because of those two channel gene mutations. Or there is a unique form, which is called the focal, and I'll explain this in more detail. And there's the atypical, which is really very, very rare, where you get sort of diffuse but within normal tissue. So here's the picture. So this is diffuse disease, showing that the whole of the pancreas is affected. This is normal tissue, and this is histologically diffuse disease. So basically, you see very large nuclei in the presence of hyperplastic islets for diffuse disease. For focal is confined to one region of the pancreas, and here you see a set of islets that are hyperplastic with increased nuclear size. So the key thing is, how do we differentiate which patient has diffuse and focal? Because for the diffuse one, you may need to do a near total pancreatectomy, but as you can see for the focal, you may just take out the focal lesion and cure the patient because the rest of the pancreas is normal. And this was some time ago when the novel imaging technique was described using a dopa PET scan, and this compound fluorodopa actually latches onto those hyperactive nuclei. And I'll show you a few examples in a minute. So how does this scan work? So this is the PET scan takes up the dopa, and then the activity equals the function of the islets, and then you superimpose a CT scan to look at structure. And I'll show you, so going back to the focal lesions, so these focal lesions can be anywhere. They can be any size. They can be very small focal lesions. You can have lesions with tentacles, and the surgeon has to remove each tentacle in order to cure the patient. You can have very large focal lesions. You can have focal lesions embedded deep inside the pancreas. And I've had a patient with a focal lesion was actually inside the duodenum. Remember, the pancreas develops from this region here. So the patient I'm referring to had 5 pancreatectomies and was still hypoglycemic. That's because the focal lesion was still remaining despite taking out the whole pancreas. Now, it's very important to know the makeup of the focal lesion. The focal lesion is very unique because it has a unique genetic makeup. So if you do genetic analysis for patients with focal lesion, you'll find they have a paternal mutation in one of those channel genes. But then there has to be a second hit. So if you then take the tissue of the pancreas that's been taken out, then within that focal lesion, there'll be loss of the maternal chromosome 11p. So this is like a 2-hit hypothesis, as occurs in some cancer patients, but this is not cancer. So if you find a paternal mutation in these two genes, it is highly suggestive of a focal lesion, although in a few patients, it may be a dominant form. But for practical purposes, a paternal mutation is highly indicative of a focal lesion. And those are the patients that should then have the PET scan to localize the focal lesion to guide the actual surgeon in taking out the focal lesion. So this is just an example of one of our patients. So this is the pancreas here, this is the body, and this is the tail of the pancreas here. These are the two kidneys. And you can see if you compare the uptake of DOPA in the whole pancreas, there's avid uptake in the tail here. And the radiologist was able to tell us that there's a focal lesion at the tip of the pancreas, junction of spleen and left kidney. And then the laparoscopic surgeon went in and took the focal lesion out, and this patient was completely cured. So focal lesions patients with focal lesions can be cured as long as you know exactly where the focal lesion is and you have the right type of surgery. However, the challenge for people like me is when you see patients with diffuse disease, what do we do? This is the real challenge. And what used to happen in these patients is these patients needed a near total pancreatectomy. And what that means, you virtually try and remove the whole of the pancreas. You leave a little remnant around the common bile duct and a little bit around the duodenum. That's because you don't want to create any complications. But it's really removing the mass of pancreas. So the vast majority of patients with diffuse disease, as I've said, are unresponsive medical therapy. So these patients have a radical pancreatectomy up to 95 to 98%. But as I'll show you in a minute, some patients can still have ongoing hypoglycemia. Eventually, these patients will, all of them, develop diabetes mellitus at some stage and pancreatic exocrine insufficiency. So this is some work we did. We looked at 45 children who underwent near total pancreatectomy because they were unresponsive to medical therapy. And this is looking at post-op. So you can see the vast majority was still hypoglycemic, and they needed different treatments or even a second pancreatectomy. Some became diabetic immediately, and occasionally some were normal glycemic. But remember, these will become diabetic. So there's an urgent need to develop new non-surgical treatments for patients with diffuse form of the disease. In other words, we don't want to create diabetes mellitus in these patients for the rest of their lives. So I'm just going to now touch on some new therapies that are coming along just to show you what's happening in this field. So firstly, there's now a phase 3 clinical trial of an antibody called RZ358. So what is RZ358? So this is really a monoclonal immunoglobulin antibody G that binds to a different site of the insulin receptor. I'll show you the diagram in a minute. And once it binds to that insulin receptor, it acts as negative modulator of insulin action. So in other words, it reduces the action of insulin on its receptor. And I'll just show you that simple example. So this is the insulin receptor here. So the insulin binds its normal site here and triggers in multiple insulin actions. But the antibody will bind to a separate site called the allosteric activator site, or this site. And then once it's bound, it then modulates insulin action. So it reduces the intensity of signaling by insulin. So you then reduce the intensity of hypoglycemia. So it's not a cure, but it reduces the frequency of hypoglycemia or the severity of hypoglycemia in these patients. So phase 2 clinical trials have been done. I'll just show you a very simple example here where this antibody was able to reduce the frequency and severity of hypoglycemia as measured by CGMS and blood glucose monitoring here. So as I said, it's not curing the patient. All it's doing is alleviating the frequency and severity of hypoglycemia. And this is just another patient from the phase 2 trial. So this was before, you can see the CGMS tracing here. This was before the antibody was given. And after the antibody was given, you can see the much significant improvement in the blood glucose concentration here. And similar in this patient as well, you can see episodes of hypoglycemia. And again, after the antibody was given, quite a significant change in blood glucose levels. So that was phase 2 trials. So phase 3 is now being started, and there are 22 centers around the world, and we are one of the centers in Qatar. We've enrolled one patient so far. They only need 2 to 3 patients from each center. So hopefully in the next 6 months to 1 year, we should see some results for this clinical trial. Then a new glucon formulation has been described. You may be aware that there are, on this chart, I've shown the standard glucon formulation. This is the one that comes with the aqueous solution and the powder, and you have to put the solution into the powder and then inject. And as you know, this can be quite cumbersome. But a new glucon formulation called dasiglucon has been developed. This is an aqueous solution, so you don't need to mix. And this has been tried already for adults and adolescents, and the patients respond very well in terms of relieving hypoglycemia. So this paper describes a randomized phase 3 trial in infants and children with hyperinsulinism in using dasiglucagon. And I'll show you the next slide. Basically, in the summary, they were able to show there was some meaningful reductions in all CGM recorded measures of hypoglycemia, supporting the use of dasiglucagon as a potential treatment. Now, remember, this is an infusion again, so patients either a pump or by some other mechanism would be able to use it. And this is just showing you an example. So here you can see an improvement once dasiglucagon was started. The blood glucose levels were slightly better, but nothing significant as far as I could see. So although this suggested that dasiglucagon may be used in patients with hyperinsulinism, this is what I came across just recently. I think when the company made the FDA approval, when the company submitted the paperwork for FDA approval, it was rejected. So I'm not sure what the issue is here. It's not very clear if you go into the website exactly what the issue is. But I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in the future. It may well be that the issues will be sorted and we'll have a different type of glucagon to use for patients with hyperinsulinism. And then we described another therapy recently called eplipicib. Now, eplipicib is used in adult patients with breast cancer, and the breast cancer due to a particular mutation. I'll show you the mechanism in a minute. So it was noticed that those patients that were prescribed eplipicib, one of the major side effects was hyperglycemia. In fact, diabetic ketoacidosis has been described in breast cancer patients who take eplipicib. So following approval from our Drugs and Therapeutics Committee, we repurposed eplipicib for a patient with severe form of hyperinsulinism in order to prevent a pancreatectomy. Now, eplipicib is also used in children with an overgrowth syndrome. So it's already being used in children. So this is trying to explain the mechanism here. So this is insulin binding receptor. This is insulin cascade. And these drugs work by binding. So eplipicib works by binding to this particular molecule here, P13K. It's a selective phosphatidyl 3 kinase inhibitor. And these are the patients with breast cancer where this is mutated. So they get activating mutations. And you can see if you block this pathway, you block the insulin signal throughout. And the mechanism of the hypoglycemia involves skeletal muscle, liver. So the liver releases stored glycogen. So more glucose comes out. And also from the muscle, more glucose comes out. You're really just impairing the action of insulin. That's all you're doing here. So we had a patient from Kuwait who had a homozygous mutation in the ABCC8 gene that I showed you earlier. The patient was completely unresponsive to all forms of medical therapy, and the parents did not want a pancreatectomy. So we then repurposed eplipicib for this particular patient, and I'll show you this chart here. So here the patient is on continuous feeds here. The patient came to us on long-acting octreotide, so that we kept going, as you can see here. We started eplipicib with a very low dose because the baby was only 3 months of age. We had no idea what dose to use. So we went for 12 milligrams daily, then 25 twice a day, gradually increased until we went to 30. And we noticed when we went above 30, the child developed nausea and vomiting. So 30 was the maximum dose we could give. And you can see this is just showing you the time in range, or time below range, sorry. There was a significant, that should be 2%. I think there's an error there. So the time below range was significantly improved. And the baby was having significantly less hypoglycemia. And we know the eplipicib was working because you can see the insulin level rising gradually. But interestingly, this did not lead to hypoglycemia. So we now have 2 other patients where we're giving eplipicib and we're seeing a very good response. So hopefully, I think we need to do a clinical trial for eplipicib therapy because this oral therapy is widely available, and it may well be that this drug can be used at some stage for patients with hyperinsulinism. So now I want to just focus for the last few minutes on what are the challenges that some of you might face in resource-constrained countries. So I know that one of the major challenges you might face is diagnostics. You may not have access to be able to measure, for example, fatty acid or ketone bodies or insulin. I know that medications, some of these medications can be quite expensive, even diazoxide is sometimes very difficult to get hold of, and especially octreotide. And of course, some of the new medications that I've shown you, some of those can be quite expensive as well. So that's one of the major limitations. Now, I showed you a complex imaging technique. Now, I know that's not available in all countries. And we know from previous experience that a typical CT or MRI scan will not localize those focal lesions. The gold standard at the moment is that 18F dopa, but even in the developed countries, not everybody has access to this sort of scanning technique. And of course, as I've shown you, you need surgical expertise. Taking out those focal lesions is not easy. You need a very, very experienced surgeon who knows, who's done pancreatic surgery before, and he's guided by the radiologist in terms of telling him exactly where these focal lesions are. And I hope you've seen that you need histological expertise. You need a histologist who's familiar with the pancreatic histology from patients with diffuse and focal and atypical forms of hyperinsulinism. And I hope you've seen that the histologist has to work very closely with the surgical colleagues. And in some of these patients with focal lesions, the surgeon will normally send the histological specimen to the lab for the histologist to look at and then feed back to the surgeon. So it's a two-way sort of working team with these patients when you operate on focal lesions. And genetic testing may not be available in some of your countries. Now, genetic testing has become very, very important because, as I've shown you, for the patients with a focal lesion, most patients will now do genetic testing first of all. And if they find that paternal mutation, then they proceed onto some sort of imaging technique to localize the focal lesion. So genetic testing is extremely important. And there may not be local registries or databases in terms of guiding in terms of epidemiology of this condition in some parts of the world. And I looked at some of the publications, and this is Joel's publication from Botswana. I don't know if he's watching this, but remarkably, they did very well with this patient. They were able to give diazoxide, but the patient was unresponsive to diazoxide. And despite trying all forms of medical therapy, the patient was unresponsive, and they eventually did a partial pancreatectomy. So they managed, despite all the limitations, they did very well. Then I came across this particular paper from India, I think. Here, again, they had a baby with severe form of hyperinsulinism. And the paper very nicely describes some of the challenges that you may face. For example, cost of diazoxide, limited supply of diazoxide, not having access to some of the laboratory measures again. And in this particular case, I think they were highlighting that not having the laparoscopic or keyhole surgery in some of these patients can be a major issue. Then just touching on some of the challenges we see in patients with hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia. Now, these challenges I put on this slide are really seen all over the world. They're not just limited to resource countries, limited to resource scarce countries, but these are seen all over the world. So this is a very complicated condition to manage. I've just focused mostly on the blood glucose concentration, but these children have major issues in terms of feeding, recurrent hypoglycemia. These patients may need to go home with continuous glucose monitors. So some patients are on overnight feeds. Some patients have a gastrostomy. It's a major burden for the families. Some patients have 24-hour care at home from a caregiver. It really has a major impact on the family. And this is compounded by the fact that if you have these patients in a resource-limited country, that just makes the complication even worse. So this slide summarizes some of the challenges that we see when we manage these patients. So in summary, I hope I've shown you that hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia is due to unregulated insulin secretion. Please think about hyperinsulinism in any patient where you see persistent hypoglycemia. I hope I've shown you that it's very important to prevent brain damage in these patients by making the diagnosis correctly and promptly and treating these patients as quickly as possible. If possible, we should differentiate diffuse from focal because the management of the two is radically different. I've shown you that focal lesions can be, patients with focal lesions can be cured if you take the focal lesion out, whereas patients with diffuse disease may need a near total pancreatectomy. Genetic testing should guide people in terms of doing further imaging, and I think this become extremely important. It's become embedded in the care of these patients. And I hope I've just given you an insight into potential new therapies that are coming along, especially for children with diffuse disease. I hope that in the next five years, we may not be doing that many pancreatectomies, at least in some parts of the world. And I hope I've shown you some of the limitations that you might be seeing in some parts of the world where you live. And thank you again. Once again, I'm happy to answer any questions from anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khalid Hussein. I think it's really excellent presentation. I think we learn a lot. That's, I think, the best take-home message is from treatment to prevent brain damage. Yeah, I think this is the most important thing. Learning from your case. We have 3 questions right now. The first one from Dr. Agustini. I think you can answer it, one by one. I think because the first one from Dr. Agustini, in limited resources, when we cannot check the mutation and the PET scan, when can we do the pancreatectomy?
Yeah, very good question. This is a very important question in some parts of the world. I assume if the patient is unresponsive to diazoxide, and assuming you have some diazoxide, if the patient is unresponsive to diazoxide, that is indicative of the possibly diffuse or focal mutations in those 2 genes. So in that case, I think you can then, if there's no response to diazoxide, you can proceed to a near total pancreatectomy. But remember, you won't know if it's focal or diffuse. That's a problem. That is the issue. So you may be taking a normal pancreas out in a child with a focal lesion.
Okay. Okay. And the next one from Maha Abdul Hadi. Why would not antagonizing insulin action result in hyperglycemia?
Hyper or hypo?
Hyper. He asking about
That's exactly what the antibody and eplipesib are doing. They're antagonizing insulin action, and they allow the blood sugar to rise. That's exactly what's happening. That's the mechanism of the antibody and the eplipesib that I described.
Okay. The next one from Johanna Botero from Colombia. What is your experience with long-acting somatostatin analog, such as lanreotide?
Yeah. So octreotide can be given either as a daily injection, 3 or 4 injections a day, or it can be given once a month, every 28 days. So we have patients above the age of 6 months who are doing very well on long-acting octreotide. So I mean, again, it's a generalization. Some respond, some don't respond. And the ones that don't respond may require surgery. But the ones that do respond do very well on 4 weekly injections of lanreotide. And the dose depends on the age, so between 5 to 20, even up to 30 milligrams 4 weekly. So definitely, it does work in some patients.
Okay. And next one from Emma. In the patient that require continuous supplemental feeds, how to avoid overnutrition?
Say that again, question again.
How to prevent overnutrition if you need supplemental nutrition?
So basically, this is again a very good question. Some of these patients become obese because they need increased amount of feeding. So for example, they may need overnight feeds, they need bolus feeds during the day. And you're right, they can gain excessive weight. But that's a small price to pay for keeping the blood sugar normal. We have a patient on the ward at the moment that's excessively obese because he's being fed so much. But at least the blood sugar levels are okay.
Okay. Yeah, the next one, I think, this is, about experience, is from Dr. Scarlett from Jamaica, let's say serum insulin, ammonia, and nefa, and beta-hydroxybutyrate would have to be sent overseas and paid by the parent. Some parents are unable to afford it all. What are the clinical data that you use to decide on trial of diazoxide if we can, source it, so there is no data of the lab, so What would you suggest?
So the minimum criteria that you should use for diagnosis, one is the glucose infusion rate. If it's above 8 milligrams per kilo per minute, that's a very important clue. Secondly, if you got detectable insulin in the presence of hypoglycemia, those in resource-limited countries, if you cannot measure anything else, those are the two very important markers. So one, increased glucose infusion rate, and secondly, detectable insulin when the child is hypoglycemic.
So it's above. What is the cut level for the glucose?
8 milligrams per kilo per minute in a normal term healthy baby.
Okay.
In some preterm babies, it can be up to 10 milligrams, but I'm talking about a healthy term baby.
So that's another I think good point for the clue, yeah.
Clue. It's a very important clue.
Okay, for the clinician, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we cannot wait, I think.
No, if you're infusing more than 8 milligrams per kilo per minute, and the blood sugar is still hypoglycemic, that's a very important clue. This is hyperinsulin.
Okay. Yeah. The next one is from Ali, I think. In your experience, what's the proportion of children with diffuse CHI require near total pancreatectomy? And what is your experience regarding the use of the sirolimus?
Yeah, so very good question. So the epidemiology of this condition depends on which part of the world you live in. If you live in the Middle East, the vast majority of patients, 70–80%, have diffuse disease. If you live in the Western world, the focal is about 70%. So it depends on which population you're looking at. If you focus on the diffuse disease, those with the channel mutations, the vast majority, 95% or even 99%, I would say, don't respond to diazoxide. There's a few that break the rule, but they're dominant mutations. The recessive mutations, they don't respond to diazoxide. And they're the ones that either end up a pancreatectomy or the new medication. In terms of sirolimus, we reported 4 patients from London, from Great Ormond Street Hospital, where we were able to get the patients off IV dextrose onto bolus feeding and no pancreatectomy. But there have been reports where in certain situations it doesn't work. So it's like every other medication. There are a group of patients that will respond and a group of patients that will not respond. So it depends on the heterogeneity of the disease.
Okay, the next one, I think you mentioned before in your presentation about CGM. The question is from Ana de Cosia from Mexico. What CGM would be the best to use in this patient?
Any form of CGMS. I mean, whatever you're available, if you got real time or if you got continuous monitoring, whatever you have will be fine. But basically, we don't use it in a very newborn baby because it may be inaccurate. But usually after 4 or 5 weeks, the latest evidence suggests that it's fairly accurate.
Okay. Another one can be iplizib be tried for the focal hyperinsulinemia?
Very good question. Very good question. I mean, I haven't tried it for the focal yet, but there's no reason why it cannot, because iplizib is the way it works, the drug. It actually is used in children with overgrowth disorder, and those children have big parts of the body, like one part may be bigger than the other, and actually shrinks the overgrowth. So it could actually shrink the focal lesion. So that's a very, very good question. But I've never tried it yet. I mean, it's fascinating to use it in a child with a focal lesion.
So you got a lot of questions. This is the next one, Khalid.
Very good question.
Alternating octreotide with glucagon when they have hepatic steatosis secondary of all the glucose that has been restored for months.
Say that again, the question?
Alternate. Do you recommend alternating octreotide with glucagon when they have hepatic steatosis secondary of all the glucose that has been stored for months?
Yeah, so we don't alternate between these two drugs. It depends on how severe the hypoglycemia. In London, we used to use both drugs together. So we used to give infusions of both drugs because the babies were so severe, one drug wasn't able to control the hypoglycemia. So both drugs were given as infusions because it's so severe, the hypoglycemia. But you can use one or the other drug. So we used to start with glucagon first of all. And if the glucagon controlled the hypoglycemia, is okay. But if it wasn't, we used to add octreotide on top of that. But you can't send the child home on glucagon because it's an infusion. So you can only send the child home on octreotide injections. So that's why children go home with octreotide. but you can't go home on glucagon.
Okay, I think this is the next one. I think I should be the last one because we are running out of time. You know how to manage diazoxide-induced tachycardia in the presence of normal echo, and what is the safety profile of diazoxide in your experience?
This is a very good question. There are more and more case reports of pulmonary hypertension being reported with diazoxide. So the current recommendation is that you should try and do an echo before starting diazoxide. And diazoxide has also been linked to necrotizing enterocolitis. So it's a drug you have to be very, very careful with. Although in my experience, if you use it correctly, it's relatively safe. For 25 years, cross touchwood, I haven't had necrotizing enterocolitis and I haven't had pulmonary hypertension, but there are case reports. And the reason why I think these things occur, some of these babies are unwell when the medication is started. There are multiple other problems. And I think if you use it when a baby's unwell, then you're more likely to get complications.
Okay, I think I'm afraid we come to the end of the session, and honestly, I can say all the question, we learn a lot because this is all practical question. They have been doing it from all over the world.
Exactly.
A lot of experience from them.
Very good question. I'm very impressed.
And we get, all the answer from.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, my name is Camelia Camoon, and I'm a pediatric endocrinologist working in the United States at the University of North Carolina. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to chair the next session for today. For this session, we will delve into a complex area of pediatric endocrinology with a debate on ambiguous genitalia and differences of sexual differentiation, early versus late genitoplasty. The discussion will explore early versus late intervention for individuals with differences of sexual differentiation, an area of ongoing debate among medical professionals, patients, and advocates. First, Dr. Ibrahim El-Alwan will present the case for early intervention. Then Dr. Vandana Jain will present the case for late intervention. Following their presentations, we will open the floor for questions and conversation. We hope this session will provide a platform for productive dialogue. So it is my honor to present our first speaker. Dr. Ibrahim El-Alwan is a professor of pediatrics and vice president of postgraduate education at the College of Medicine, Riyadh, of the King Saud bin Abdullah University for Health Sciences in Saudi Arabia. He is also a pediatric endocrinology consultant at the King Abdullah Medical City in Saudi Arabia and chairman of endocrine research in the Arab Society of Pediatric Endocrinology and Diabetes. He founded the Saudi Pediatric Endocrinology Fellowship Program at the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties in 2004 and served as chairman until 2012. He has led numerous research projects, and his scholarship includes over 75 peer-reviewed publications on various aspects of pediatric endocrinology and medical education, and he is editor of the textbook International Handbook of Medical Education, a Guide for Students. So it is my honor to hand the floor over to Dr. El-Alwan.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you this evening. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation, and at the same time, thank Dr. Camelia for the introduction. As you are aware that I'm going to talk about the early surgery in cases of DSD. There is, in my introduction, the debate is very difficult. The difficulty comes from that there is no adequate data makes superiority of early versus late or late versus early surgery. And on the same time, we are not having a long-term outcome studies, which makes the outcome of children with DSD, be it physical, social, or psychological outcome are clear. At the same time, when we come to the definition, there is some difficulty in defining the two types. I mean, as early surgery may be defined below the age of 2 years. And the rationale behind the 2 years is that there is integration between the surgery itself, the gender identity, and the hormonal therapy, and aiming to align these as early as possible during the surgery will benefit for these other two elements. What is late? What's late surgery? Late surgery might be during childhood, might be adolescent, maybe as late as adult. At the same time, make it difficult to decide is that DSD is they are rare conditions. They are heterogeneous. They have various etiologies, and even the same etiology may have different presentation. In this cartoon, we'll show you from 2006 consensus that we have so many etiologies and clustered to beat chromosomes or 46XY or 46XX. And out of all of these etiologies, we see that 46 XX congenital adrenal-hyperplasia is the commonest of all of them. On that note, congenital adrenal-hyperplasia, if the gender was assigned as female before the age of 2 years, regardless of their brother grade, they will retain female gender identity for the rest of their life. And there, in a case of congenital adrenal-hyperplasia of 46XX, with a low brother grades, they function like any other female. The ones who have high brother grade, still they identify themselves as females. Now, some may have greater difficulties in vaginal penetration when they are adult and maintaining their pregnancy, but that does not mean we delay their surgery for late. The better way of doing it is just to improve the surgical techniques, which we saw over the last 70 years. The presence of laparoscopic surgeries, the robotic surgeries will improve the quality of the surgery and prevent the previous known complications of surgery, of earlier surgery. In this slide, I'm showing you very rare cases of DSD, which we may, myself and my colleagues who's going to present after me, will agree that these potentially case by case can benefit from my delayed surgery. Who are they? These includes rare ones who the gender identity is not clear or poorly defined, in case of gonadal dyskinesis, in cases of male avelia, or for testicular DSD, XY cloacal extrophy, extreme micropenis. And in the rest of my presentation, I'm going to convince you, hopefully, that early surgery is the right way of doing or managing DSD regarding surgery. Why is that? Because early surgery was the standard since 1950. We have experience up to 75 years on this, in this method. At the same time, I'm going to present for you 3 domains, which each one of them will give you my opinion why the ELI surgery is correct or should be done in majority of cases, with exception. The exception will be case by case. What are the domains? Is we will see the stakeholders' views, be it the surgeons, be it the patients themselves, be it the expert in the field of pediatric endocrinology, and they're in favor of ELI surgery. That the surgery is not the only method of treating DSD. It has to be aligned with the psychological therapy and even a medical lowering the hormone effect, which means they have to be aligned as early as possible. Last, we'll see the psychosocial impact of early surgery versus late surgery. Going to the surgeons, we have they're in favor of early surgery. Why? Because there is a better tissue pliability and healing in infancy compared to adulthood. They have less scars and easier to access and reconstruct surgery later on. So it's not one stage you do it and you lose the game. No, you have a room to go again. It's not only the genital part of the surgery is the effect, but you also affect other parts, structural parts, including prevention of possible hydrometroculpus, going also to affecting parents and relieving the stress of having a child who have ambiguous genitalia. The local also effect of early surgery will promote an adequate bladder emptying, have also ultimate allowing a normal reproductive life in adult. There was a meeting. On that meeting, pediatric surgeons and the pediatric urologists who take care of children with DSD was surveyed, and 65 of them answered completing the online survey. They preferred early surgery, 78% of them. So majority of them prefer early surgery for the same reasons I mentioned before. Who are they and where are they from? They half of them from Europe and 20% almost from Asia, and the rest are distributed between Africa, South or Northern America. The most important part of my presentation is these slides coming. What are the opinion of patients themselves who had surgery or had DSD, what they like for early or late surgery. This is a mini review of 10 studies between 2000, published between 2000 2021. These 10 studies were from USA, 3 of them, 4 from Europe, and 1 from each from Brazil, China, and Malaysia. The summary of their outcome, that the majority of both XX and XY patients favored early surgery, most of them. And this summarized that the mandatory decision to delay the surgery to consent would be disregarding the opinion of majority of surveyed patients. We are talking not about the physicians, not the surgeon, rather than the patient themselves. I'll go through a few of these 10 studies. The first one from USA, and the patients were 46XY. 55% of them, they prefer, more than 2/3 of them prefer the surgery done during childhood. That sorry, I just moved the slide from here. The USA second study was about congenital adrenal hyperplasia. They prefer the surgery, 37% of them during infancy, 12% of them during toddler age. Only 5% prefer in adult, only 12% prefer during adolescent period. So less than 17% like late surgeries. And then we come to a third study from Sweden, cases of congenital adrenal 46XX. They prefer study from Brazil, whom the patients were 46XY. These 29 out of 45 had the surgery, less than 2 years of age, and they are satisfied with the surgery. Fourth study from Finland, cases of congenital adrenal, and they had surgery with a mean age of 2 years. 85% of them were happy or satisfied with the surgery as early as 2 years. Last study on this slide is a unique one. These are from China. And on this study, the patient had a late surgery, be it during adolescent or during adulthood. In the ones who done the surgery during adolescent, there were a total of 133 out of 166 cases. Of these, 74% were not happy. They do not like late surgery. And the ones who are adult, who had late surgery, up to 78% were not happy. So if you do it late, majority reaching 80% of your cases will not be happy. Last study from Europe, including 6 papers in column A, these are patients with congenital adrenal. Patient in column B, these are XY with androgen exposure during fetal life. C, this XY with no androgen exposure during fetal life. And all the three, they prefer not to delay the surgery for the time when they are able to consent. 56 with 25 silent. Only the ones who had no androgen effect, 46 XY, had mixed, or half of them preferred to have the surgery later on. This surveys of 10 studies of patients themselves clearly showed the majority of patients prefer early surgery. They had their own personal experience. They underwent either one or more genital surgeries. And if we come to the expertise, the consensus, be it 2006 or 2016, indicate that cases with congenital adrenal 46XX should be raised as females. So most of the cases of DSD should be females, and that indicate that early surgery is better. A mini review of the 2018, which is the consensus of 2016, was done, and the review surgery from that systematic review. And there was minimal quality evidence to support the recommendation. What are the recommendations? The recommendation, they did not say delayed puberty. They said give the parents option to delayed puberty. Give them the option, but not clear. Certain cases they require surgery, even complete surgery during early life, because anatomically have to be done and corrected during that age. Who prefer late, as individual, late surgery? These are the advocate or patient group advocate, where they think that consenting is very important, and we do, and we think that it's important, but in expense of other problems is not the right decision. We talked about the stakeholders. We now talk about the surgery itself. Is surgery alone the therapy? No. Surgery is part of several things. concerns medically of cases of DSD, that the effect of altered levels of sex steroid exposure. There is a decreased bone mineral density if not treated early. And so even the gonad, not just exposing to cancer, they may have problem of torsion, or they may have problem of infertility. If, the tumor risk is from low up to high in different cases of DSD. And even the low does not mean it is not there. The hormonal therapy should be or benefit from early surgical correction, because this make alignment of the hormonal treatment and lowering the androgen levels in these patients. Prevention also of further fertilization during childhood if you start hormonal therapy early with an early correction. Part of my presentation is psychosocial benefit, gender identity, and parental bonding. Also reduce the risk of stigma and social challenges. We never at any time can take the child out of the context of his immediate family, nor his culture or his community. You cannot put them in without a name until the age of adulthood, be it a male or female name, or clothing of male and females, or even going to school, being a male or female until they reach the age of late adolescence or adult. Was against early surgery and moving to make it illegal. These are the Intersex Advocacy and the Human Rights Organization. Although with a good intention to make the person decide for his own future, but and taking some complications as their advantage, like scarring, pain, and sexual dysfunction, which may happen with early surgery. We know that surgery will happen, or these surgical problems may happen doing it early or late. The only advantage of having the decision done by the child or her or himself, if the diagnosis was late. Let us see one example. Germany. In Germany, they make it illegal to do or partially banning DSD surgery in 2021. It took them only 3 years to see research against that decision, especially for severe hypospadias and cases of 46XX congenital adrenal with a potential of harm because of that legal action. I end my presentation by summarizing my point that if you see this bee eater, which I took the picture myself, the one nearer to us is very clear. It's the early surgery. We know it. We have experience of 75 years. There are pitfalls, but we can avoid them by doing a multidisciplinary team, having a designated centers to do the surgery, having the new equipment and skills of doing the surgery. Whether late, it is there, it is a potential, but it is vague and clear. I with this end my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. El Alouan. So it is now my honor to present our second speaker. Dr. Vandana Jain is a professor in the Division of Pediatric Endocrinology at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi, India. She has served as principal investigator on over 20 funded research projects, and her scholarship includes more than 135 peer-reviewed publications. She is editor of the textbook Case-Based Review in Pediatric Endocrinology, and her research interests include disorders of sex development, the effect of infancy growth and fat gain trajectory on later cardiometabolic outcomes, metabolic syndrome, and NAFLD in adolescents, as well as innovations in diabetes care. She serves as the coordinator of the Diabetes Mellitus Pediatric Endocrinology Program at All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi, India. It's my pleasure to pass the floor over to Dr. Jane.
Hello, everyone. I thank the organizers for inviting me for this debate, and thank you, Dr. Camelia, for that introduction. I'll share my screen. So, is my screen visible?
Yes, it looks great.
Yeah. So, I'll be talking about delayed genitoplasty in children with DSD. So there have been major strides in how we see and manage DSD over the last several decades. Nomenclature has actually changed significantly after the Chicago Consensus, and terms such as male pseudohermaphrodite, testicular feminization syndrome, that were clearly inappropriate are not in usage now. With the terms which we use now, they are focusing more on the broad etiological categories like XY-DSD with gonadal dysgenesis or XX-DSD with androgen excess, and so on. So till a few decades ago, management of DSD, the mainstay were these three: cosmesis, concealment, and the belief that nurture beats nature. So cosmesis would be focused on normalizing what is abnormal, or basically repairing the abnormal genitalia. Concealment meant that you need to operate early so that the child has no memory of any atypicality and conceal the medical history from the child. And it was thought that chromosomal or gonadal sex are of minor importance. And if you rear in a clear gender role with early surgical correction, then you will basically be able to show that nurture is more important than nature. Over the last 2 decades, there have been several changes. Now the importance is given to full disclosure to the patient and the parents, optimization of functional outcome, delaying gonadectomy wherever possible, and shared decision-making. So it's now understood that gender is chiefly determined by an individual's own perception of oneself, and individuals with DSDs actually many times challenge the binary understanding of gender. So the focus is not just on the phenotypic appearance, but also on the genetic diagnosis, anticipated pubertal development, sexual and reproductive function. All of these should be considered, along with the sociocultural context and parents' perception. So the focus is now that we should have an unhurried approach to gender assignment. There is no social urgency in most of the cases. And of course, gender has to be assigned, but we can tell the family that we need to do some tests, need to get a better understanding of which gender would be more appropriate, and then assign a gender. And even then, the parents need to be told, the family need to be clearly counseled that there has to be a flexible approach, because many things ultimately become clearer over time. So there has to be an unhurried and flexible approach. So even the recent, the Professor Alvan had also mentioned some of the guidelines for surgery in CAH. So there have been some changes in the CAH guidelines over time. So if we look at the guidelines from 2002 to 2003, in these two areas, gender assignment and surgery. So for gender assignment, the guidelines mentioned that most women are heterosexual. Their sexual identity is almost invariably female. And there was insufficient evidence to support rearing a 46XX infant at Prader stage 5 as male. For surgery, it was proposed that early single-stage surgery between 2 to 6 months, when tissues are maximally pliable and psychological trauma to the child is minimized, that was the ideal guideline in 2002-2003. And in 2010, there was a change. So now it was thought that patients with CH and psychosocial problems related to gender should be referred to mental health staff. So it was acknowledged that not everybody may be fitting into the heterosexual role, and they may have some psychosocial issues. And the second thing was that consideration of male gender assignment in 46XX patients with significant virilization can also be considered. Similarly, in terms of surgery, it was said that for severely virilized females, clitoral and perineal reconstruction be considered in infancy. And again, it should be performed in a center with access to multidisciplinary care with pediatric endocrinologists and mental health team. So when we come to the latest version, which is 2018 version of the CAH guidelines, here there is a change. So for gender assignment, it does not actually mention that you have to assign male or female gender. So for individuals with CAH and their parents, we recommend behavioral or mental health consultation and evaluation. For surgery, In all pediatric CAH patients, particularly minimally virilized girls, we advise that parents be informed about surgical options, including delaying surgery and or observation until the child is older. Even in severely virilized females, there has to be a discussion and the decision-making has to be joint. So basically, we see that there is now a change, and currently this is the scenario where, as Dr. Alwan also pointed out, the Human Rights Organization and several experts, several urologists also, they are coming up with these themes. First is that the shared decision-making actually remains a myth. And I'll talk about this a little later in my presentation. Individuals' autonomy and decision have to be the foremost in any decision-making for DST children. They have to be given an open future. We should try to depathologize atypia. So parents are actually, many times they are inadequate surrogates to take decision because they don't have full knowledge. And many times they see surgery as the obvious thing to do. They don't realize that there is a decision-making involved. And if early surgery is not done, what are the pros? What are the cons? What is going to happen if surgery is delayed? So all these are not discussed with them. So decision for early genitoplasty on any infant should be taken with utmost caution and consideration. It is one of the most ethically fraught issues in the care of children with DST. Why? Because there is implicit pathologization of atypical appearance of genitalia. And secondly, the affected individual is not the decision maker. So this is especially problematic when done for purely cosmetic reasons, for example, clitoroplasty, or repair of hypospadias only so that urination in standing position is possible. So why is it so important? Why is it so culturally important that a patient has to stand and pass urine? Because this is ultimately, this is what we mean by pathologizing of atypical appearance. We talk about saying that, okay, we should not call it disorder of sex development. We should call it differences of sex development or diversity in sex development or variation. But then we can't take it as a variation that somebody may need to sit and pass urine. So what are the ethical principles and concepts? These were nicely defined by Harris and Chan in their 2019 paper. So these are beneficence, the desire to do good; non-maleficence, the desire to do no harm; autonomy, open future, and best interests. So surgeons definitely practice the principles of beneficence, but it's not the same as non-maleficence, and sometimes the potential harms may actually outweigh the potential benefits. So if you look at the potential harms, these are incontinence, strictures, impaired sexual functions, dissatisfaction with the appearance of genitalia, need for repeat surgeries, and discordance with the formed gender, as compared to the benefits, which are technically easier surgery, improved wound healing, and decreased anxiety of the parents. So if you look at UGS repair and vaginoplasty, early versus late, so typically for early surgery, the thing is that in mini puberty or in infancy, when the maternal estrogens are also there, they make the tissue pliable, assist healing, and avoid stenosis. But actually, if the surgery is done during puberty, then also the estrogens will be available. And along with that, patient participation, no need for dilatation during the childhood phase, and lower risk of stenosis. So these are the additional benefits. Not doing UGS repair is also an option. Surgical repair is actually indicated if the patients are symptomatic, especially if there are issues with urinary accumulation such as hydronephrosis or hydrocolpos. If patients are asymptomatic, surgical repair may be easily deferred. So there is a medical paternalism involved. So, and sometimes this actually sort of overbears on the shared decision making. When a parent of a newborn, they are obviously anxious if their baby has atypical genitalia, and they seek to normalize their baby's appearance. In the process, they sometimes see a paternal figure in the treating surgeon and think of it as an obvious need. So early vaginoplasty actually leads in so many cases to recurrent stenosis, painful dilatations, and revisions. For what? For what do we need it? So when we think about UGS repair and vaginoplasty, the views that surgery on atypical genital and reproductive structures is necessary to deliver a desired appearance, capacity for sexual function, positive psychosexual development, and health-related quality of life. This view is more paternalistic than evidence-based. If there is outflow tract obstruction, that is hydro or hematometro or kolpos, it actually, many times would present in the neonatal period due to maternal estrogens, or during the infancy period, during the mini puberty period. And at that time, it may need vaginostomy for drainage. If the infant has successfully passed that phase, it is unlikely that this was going to be a major cause. In fact, I have seen many girls with CAH who present with outflow tract obstruction due to urethral or vaginal structure after UGS repair. In fact, I've hardly seen anybody who has not undergone UGS repair and then presents with these issues. So in those with Prada 4, 5, with very high confluence, they may have cyclical hematuria sometimes, but then presenting with actual hydrohematometrokolpos, that is actually quite rare in those who have not underwent UGS repair. So are these surgeries really medically indicated or mainly intended to alleviate social discomfort? Actually, there are gaps in high quality evidence. So we need high quality evidence to inform decision making on individual and healthcare policy levels. And there are several reasons for these gaps. One is the rarity of these. The individual conditions are mostly rare, heterogeneity of presentations, attrition of patients from childhood to adulthood. So when we collect patients' data and we ask them, what do you think, your surgery was done on time? Should it have been done later? So it's difficult actually to rely too much on what we gain from those interviews, because there are long intervals between the surgery and the time of data collection, which bring coping mechanisms into place so that the extent of trauma is not captured. And many times, again, it is hinging on the fact that patients don't know that what were the options available. And if this was not done early, what would have happened? If it was done later, would I have been better off? They don't have those comparators with them. So can vaginoplasty not be done in adulthood? Many times we hear pediatric surgeons that, okay, once they reach 18, then nobody is going to take them up. So it's not really true. And adult surgeons can actually gain expertise by transfer of surgical techniques from our pediatric urology or surgery colleagues who have actually mastered these techniques. So these can be done in adolescence or young adulthood with lower chances of stenosis, secure gender identity, and patient autonomy. The gender identity evolves over time. I don't think I really need to delve into it. We know that in children with 46XY DSDs, some identify as female, some as male, and some describe themselves as third or other gender. Similarly, in CAH and in XY-DSD, either raised female or raised male, up to 10 to 15% actually undergo a gender change from the gender that was assigned to them. So open future actually makes sense. And I have seen cases where early bilateral gonadectomy has been done in XY infants with a SRD5A2 defect, or partial androgen insensitivity, or HSD17B3 defects, and bilateral oophorectomy and panhysterectomy in XXCA child reared male at very early age. I have met recently an adolescent's father who was distressed because the father himself had given the consent in neonatal period for gonadectomy and corrective genitoplasty for his child. Estrogen replacement therapy was started at 12 years for breast development, but really, is it possible to change a person's identity? So can nurture actually beat nature? It's not true. And at 14 years, the child tried committing suicide because the child always felt that he was a male. So our understanding of the biological pathways is very limited. Androgen backdoor pathway is there, and it's difficult to actually judge in infancy how much androgenization is going to happen in puberty, or how much androgenization has actually happened in the brain. It may not be the same as in the genitalia. So in persons without DSD2, we know that the gender identity can be at variance with the biological and assigned sex. So how can we be sure of what to expect in a child with DSD who has had androgen exposure and imprinting? So I would like to really share these pictures. This is from Indian mythology. This is a picture of Lord Shiva, who is a very revered Hindu deity. And this is his Ardhanarishwar avatar. Ardhanarishwar means that both male and female forms are there in the same body. And there is a union of male and female principles. So this is in our mythology. There is another story of a pregnant king. So this king actually delivered one child and he sired another child. So he says, I'm not sure that I'm a man. I have created life outside me as men do, but I have also created life inside me as women do. What does that make me? And there is a story of another princess, actually Shikhandi, who was born a princess, but who turned into a prince, a warrior prince who played a very important role in the important battle of Mahabharata. So these are stories where we know that, yes, this open future or this transition or existence of male and female form in the same body can be actually something that has been known from time immemorial. So what about shared decision making? I had referred to it in an earlier slide. So in a study by Chrisman et al., many parents characterized the surgery as obvious and necessary, but actually they did not experience it as something that involved decision making. So that is the important thing. They need to understand that it is something that requires a decision from them. There is an anxiety-driven decision, which often reflects perceptions of a limited range of options with inadequately weighed risk and benefit potentials. Also, providers, chiefly surgeons or pediatric endocrinologists, they feel that they're already accomplishing all aspects of shared decision-making in regular care, whereas actually it may not be so. And importantly, molecular diagnosis is not the panacea. So if you think that, okay, this is HST 17B3, so it's going to virilize in puberty, it may not be so. So it's not necessary that you have to assign a male gender to even a very significantly feminized baby. So this molecular diagnosis does not guide to a single correct option. So I came across this very interesting paper, which I have actually copied the whole title. It is Shaping Parents, Impact of Contrasting Professional Counseling on Parents' Decision-Making for Children with DSD. So current DSD recommendations and guidelines show a paradigm shift from a medicalized to a more demedicalized approach that includes kind of non-medical members such as psychologists, social workers, and support groups who represent the potentially diverging values and arguments. So medicalized approach we are all familiar with. So what is this demedicalized approach? In this, patients are told that DSD is a dynamic disorder characterized by context-dependent impairment. Development, resilience, and coping strategies need to be fostered. Functions are subject to multifactorial influences, and child and his or her family are active agents in defining the problem. So in this study, what they did was they actually took two groups of actually, this was a simulated study, so not real patients. And to one group, they gave medicalized information, and to the other, they gave demedicalized information. And then they assess their response. So in the group with information by medicalizing endocrinologist, more than 2/3 actually said yes to surgery. Whereas in the group in which demedicalizing psychologists gave the information, majority, almost 75 to 80% actually said no to surgery. So there was a very clear difference. And when parents were, or when the participants were asked what was the most important influence in their decision making, so most said it was their personal attitude. So whether they were for surgery, against surgery, they all said it was their personal attitude. But actually, contrary to their participant perception, it was not just their attitude, rather the slot of information. So basically, what kind of information is provided to them, how it is provided to the parents, that influences their decision making. So there are three essential elements to shared decision making. First, the decision maker, the parents, should know that their decision is required. There has to be an explicit acknowledgement from them. They have to be provided the best available evidence concerning the risks and benefits of each option. And it has to be reviewed well. It has to be understood by them. They have to be given time for reviewing and understanding, for asking questions. And actually we lack here because for many conditions, we don't have good evidence. Many times we don't know whether the child is going to virilize or not virilize. So that is why I said in the beginning, unhurried and flexible approach to gender assignment is required. And then, of course, patients' values and preferences with the provider's guidance. So my point of view is that overall, when the atypicality is milder, surgical outcomes are usually good, rate of complications is lower, functional outcomes may be acceptable. But actually not doing or delaying the surgery might achieve the same outcomes when the atypicality is milder. For example, mild cryptomegaly, mild hypospadias. Even if you don't do, the child is not going to be functionally too much compromised. When atypicality is more pronounced, like a low EMS in XY-DSD or PRADA 4 or 5 in girls with CH, surgical outcomes are typically suboptimal. Multiple surgeries and complications are common. Distress is more. Also, these are the individuals where there is an even greater need for having an open future because gender issues may be more in these patients. So parents need appropriate counseling. Acceptance has to first come from the parents and societal acceptance will follow. This is, I think, something which is very, very important for parents to understand and for us to tell them. And another thing, distress is not universal. We think that every parent who has a baby with atypical genitalia would have very significant distress. No, don't take it as a given. We all have seen patients who present very late presenting simple virilizing CAH girls, elder siblings who are actually brought to light when a younger sibling has a more pronounced atypicality, or when somebody points out the atypicality in the younger sibling, then the elder siblings are brought forth. So distress is not a given. Role of clinical psychologists is definitely paramount. The times, they are changing. Bob Dylan's song, it's still true. And I'm happy to say that in a remarkably short period of time, we are seeing a change in the providers as well as parents' perspectives. And we owe it to a greater discourse in the society regarding gender being a spectrum rather than binary. Now it's there in the media. Everybody is aware that, yes, sometimes a biological male may feel that he or she is a girl, and so on. So parents are not totally averse to this idea that, yes, gender is something which is fluid and we don't have to adhere to a particular gender. And the way we explain the variations to the parents, they are mostly willing to wait and go ahead with genitoplasty a little later. So multidisciplinary team reviews with good communication with the parents, hearing their thoughts, alleviating their concerns, and reassuring them that we are there for them all the way. Like as the child grows up, as the child becomes older, anytime they or their child has a psychological distress, the team is there for them. So this kind of concern, this kind of communication is important. So what the future holds? More and more conditions should come out of the umbrella of DSD or the blanket term of DSD, and we should try to achieve precise diagnosis, try to have a better understanding of natural history of various conditions included in DSD based on the molecular defect. There should be an open discourse on biological sex versus gender as perceived by the individual, emphasis on holistic care and development of the individual rather than the anatomy of the genitalia alone. And our generation of care providers have to be the torchbearers for this change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Jain. I'm going to invite Professor Ibrahim Al-Alwan to join us and share his video as well. And I will allow Professor Al-Alwan to briefly respond to Dr. Jain to begin our discussion session with any comments that he may have in response.
I think I allowed Dr. Jain, Professor Jai was the first presenter. Do you have any comments on clear points? If there is anything, I say a comment more than with the end of these two presentations. It's clear that we're not talking about one disease. We're talking about complex entity. There is no one single study which prove that is good. No late surgery is good. And my comment was about a couple of that we know as medicine we cannot go with individual cases at all. The cases from India, or the child who may at the age of 14 had question of suicide. These are I showed you 10 cases where 79% of these kids who are now adult, who went through the surgery for the last years, or for a surgeon or problem, move to have the surgery early. I don't think that there is absolute correct answers for the rare cases, such as mixed gonadal genesis, mixed gonadal dysgenesis, or 5-alpha reductase, or partial androgen asymmetry syndrome, where there is a variability of what's going to happen during adolescence. But I will not defer if all surgery is needed, if there is some needed to improve some of the functions in the genital area. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jain, do you have any response before I introduce some questions from our audience?
I actually agree that definitely, I mean, each category of DSD has to be sort of different. Each individual is different. So we need to have a very individualized kind of decision making. But I think one of the important things that my presentation highlighted was that shared decision making actually has to be done in a proper format where the parents understand that there are various decisions that can be made. There are different options available to them, and what are the pros and the cons. And sometimes I have seen a tendency of surgeons to sort of just tell them the pathway. This is how we proceed. This is the best course for the child. So I think it's basically time to move away from that approach. And we actually, realize that we know very little, actually. We know very little. Ultimately, how that person is going to see or perceive himself or herself, that's going to be something that we can't predict today. So that is why wherever possible, I think leaving an open future makes sense. And many times the so-called reasons for early surgeries, they can actually be there even in adolescence when the child enters puberty, because we talk about estrogen effect and other things. So they will be there even when the child enters puberty. So why not do it late? And many of the distresses are actually parents' distresses. But if you try to alleviate them, if you talk to them, they understand that many times, parents, when they first see the child, they would say, okay, how can we go about with my child's genitalia looking like that? Anybody is going to, say, what is this? What are you doing with this child? And in our country, for example, there are some groups called kinners who sometimes pressurize the parents to give away these children. So those kind of things are also there. But once we talk to them, we explain to them that the genitalia need to be kept covered. You can tell them that the child has a medical condition, and at appropriate time, surgical and medical treatment will be done. They are usually able to understand it. So I think first the change has to come from us, from the treating team. We have to realize that, yes, wherever possible, we should try and delay genitoplasty. And then, of course, in some situations when we feel that delaying is not going to help, or of course, where we know that a gonadectomy is going to be indicated because of risk of malignancy or something like that, then of course we go ahead with that. Or if there is a outflow tract obstruction. But many times I've seen that surgeons actually ask the parents to say that, okay, you just say that there is outflow tract obstruction, and then we will do the surgery of UGS repair. So they see these as sort of, okay, the law has these loopholes that if you say that there is outflow tract obstruction, who is going to check? So just say that there is outflow tract obstruction and I'll do the surgery. So we ourselves have to desist from this, I think.
Thank you. So one question we have from Dr. Scarlett from Jamaica. It is directed to you, Dr. Jain. We know that during early adolescence, adolescents are likely to not yet have achieved the ability to think abstractly and reason as well as adults. We also take into consideration the issues of self-esteem and need to fit into the normal status quo during this time of puberty. How confident are we that they will make the best decision for themselves if we wait for late genitoplasty?
So actually, adolescence is also not the right age. When we talk about late genitoplasty, or when the human rights organizations talk about it, or when the law talks about it, it talks about age of legal consent, which, for example, in India would be 18 years. And I think in most places it will be 18 years. So yes, we do understand that adolescents may not have the capability of making the best decisions. But yes, if we wait at least till adolescence and a psychologist has been involved, for example, now we practice only multidisciplinary care. A clinical psychologist is always there in our clinic, and we try to have the same person with us for at least 2 to 3 years, so that that person develops an expertise and a rapport with the patients, because not every clinical psychologist can do this kind of gender-based assessments. So they talk to the families, talk to the child multiple times. They try to establish that the child is actually having that particular gender identity, though we all know that also has its own lacunae. Gender identity is also something that may be a little bit malleable. It will depend on what the child has heard about his or her gender. So that thing is there. But yes, so ideally it should be adulthood, not even adolescence. But yes, if an adolescent seems to have a very stable, secure gender identity, and then of course in adolescence, as you rightly said, they want to fit in. So if they want to fit in and they have a secure gender identity and it is considered fit by the multidisciplinary team and with the parents, and after shared decision making, then probably a surgery can be undertaken at that age. It would be preferable to doing it in infancy wherever possible.
Thank you.
Can I have a chance to
Rahim, would you like to
Yes,
chime in as well?
Yeah. My question is, do you think, delaying the surgery up to the age of adulthood, it means beyond the age of 20, that 20% of the life of this child, he does not know if he's a male or female? Is that a correct way? And even during that 20 years, do you call that child a male or female? And if you do, you force, and I'm not sure what happens in India or in other parts of the world, but sorry, for boys and girls, so in which school this child will attend. And how can you delay that surgery or that identity adult? And despite that, the patient who went through the same disease, 80% of them tell you that it's not right. They prefer to have, Professor Jane, most of the publication you presented were mainly Western presentation or Western literature. Do you think this will be globally effective? We had a question from Jamaica. And myself, yes, I trained in Canada, but I'm practicing right in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. It does not fit. Whatever, community-based on state or Europe happens there cannot fit in other parts of the world. Delaying it up to adulthood is, I think that's another extreme delay of the surgery or the gender identity at least.
Yeah. So it's not that you don't assign a gender, it's just that gender assignment is not equal to having a very typical genitalia of that gender. And many times you're not, so as I said earlier also, when there is mild atypicality, typically even if you do a surgery or you don't do a surgery, there is not much difference in the outcomes. When there is major atypicality, a boy with micropenis, proximal hypospadias, he will undergo multiple urethroplasties, and then also he may not actually achieve a functional kind of phallic structure. And similarly, a girl with Prada 4-5, even if you do multiple surgeries, they may actually end up having various complications. So it's not that you don't assign a gender. You definitely assign a gender. Gender assignment is something that is done in neonatal period, at most in early infancy. So only thing is that the gender can be flexible. You allow an open future. That does not mean that you don't assign a gender. You assign a gender, but the child should have the capacity to actually think about changing it if they want, and then their genitalia should not appear to be something that they are not. In fact, basically, these children with DSD, they are born with a choice. So they are born with a choice, and that choice should not be taken away from them. I think that's what the human rights organizations say, and that is what I also think, that in most of the cases we can practice this. So we have to take away this thinking that genitalia is equal to gender. Gender is something that is there in the brain, and you do assign a gender in the neonatal period. It's not that you will say that you are a third gender or you don't have a gender. You have a gender. But then whether you want to continue in that gender or you want to change that gender, that can be done later on.
Thank you both for your responses and this wonderful exchange about this important and complex topic. One of the themes of our conversation has been the lack of evidence. So we have a question from Dr. Jean-Pierre Chanois from Canada. A difficult and delicate question is the quality of the surgery. So published articles may reflect the experience of larger centers with more experience, for instance. Are there any specific recommendations from the guidelines in terms of number of patients, annual cases, and so on, with regards to where individuals should get surgery regardless of timing?
Question will be difficult. I mean, if we are talking about Canada, there will be specialized centers in each city, in major cities. But we are talking globally now. We are talking about Middle East, Africa, Far East. The advice of the expertise is to refer these cases to these centers where there's a multidisciplinary team, an expertise of surgery, be it a pediatric surgeon or pediatric urologist who had good number of surgery. There is no number different. I mean, I'm not aware of exact number of surgeries he have or she have to do before qualified to be an expert on these surgeries. If Professor Jane knows anything more, she may comment. Yeah.
Would you add anything, Dr. Jane, to that?
No, I think so. Basically, the guidelines just mention that a surgeon with expertise and availability of a multidisciplinary team. So this is what the guidelines emphasize. But yes, there is no number that is mentioned, but it is a very, very important point because we know that in major centers where there is a multidisciplinary team, there is an experienced surgeon, the outcome is going to be very different. And when the surgeons, therefore, when they say that, okay, early genitoplasty is good, then actually they should take into account that there are people sitting everywhere without any expertise, and they do a lot of surgeries that end up giving a lot of complications. So that is why, at least having that thing that it has to be done only in centers with availability of a multidisciplinary team with an experienced surgeon. I think even that much, if the surgeons can actually say in their guidelines or in their society's rules, then even that will save the people from a lot of distress.
Thank you both. So we do have 2 more questions, but our time has run short. So I think I'll just put them out there and maybe allow each of you to respond quickly in 30 seconds. So one question was about if surgery is done early, does poor control in childhood and adolescence impact the efficiency of the surgery
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, thank you for being here with us today. My name is Paola Duran. I am a pediatric endocrinologist from Bogota, Colombia. It is my great honor to introduce Dr. Veronica Abad, a distinguished pediatric endocrinologist based in Medellin, Colombia. She currently practices at the Hospital Pablo Tobón Uribe and is the scientific director of the Abad Laboratory. Dr. Abad is also a respected professor in pediatric postgraduate programs in several universities in Colombia. Dr. Abad completed her medical training at the Instituto de Ciencias de la Salud, CES, and her residency in pediatrics at the same institution. She completed a fellowship in pediatric endocrinology at the National Institutes of Health in the United States, and she also trained in reproductive endocrinology and biomedical statistics at the NIH. Today, Dr. Abad will present on influence of puberty, diet, and endocrine disruptors on peak bone mass. We look forward to her insights and perspectives. Welcome, Dr. Abad, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Pao. It's a pleasure to be here, to have the opportunity to listen such a nice speakers, and it's also a very grateful moment to all the organizers to put together all the endocrine people in the map of the world. It's been very, very nice to participate in this. So you will help me with my presentation. How do you see my presentation?
No, not yet.
And the background, it was upside down. Let's wait for this technical moment. Should I? Shall we ask somebody?
Can you share your screen?
I did before. Here?
Yes, now we can see your screen.
Okay. So let's start. Here is, we're going to talk about puberty, nutrition, and endocrine disruptors for the attainment of peak bone mass. As we all know, puberty is a transformation for being a kid, a boy or a girl, and then they have all these physical and hormonal changes to have the capacity of reproduction, and also while this happens, to acquire the peak bone mass. So to remember the growth velocity when it's prepubertal, it's around 4 to 6 centimeters per year. And then when puberty comes, it doubles the growth velocity. So it's a very energetic process. But still, post-menarche, especially in girls that we can see the evidence of menarche, they still have time or increase their height, and they increase 5 to 7% of the height that they have the day that they had the menarche, but they do it very slowly in the next 3 years. And this is very important to remember. The bone is a living tissue. It's an endocrine organ that it comes from one cell that is the osteogenic cell, but it's transformed in a organ that has a cortex, medulla, and especially the growth plate. During adolescence, the teenagers acquire 40 to 50% of the skeletal mass, especially between the 10 to 20 years, and the peak bone mass, they keep it stable during life until the menopause or the andropause. So, Professor Charles Dent, it says that the senile osteoporosis is a pediatric disease because the life cycle of the bone has the most dramatic changes the first 20 to 25 years. So, the bone mineral mass accrual factor that influence during childhood and adolescence is genetic determinants are the 50 to 85%. So we have only 20 to 30% of manipulation and to impact in our kids that are the endocrine, the mechanical, and the nutritional factors, so to potentiate this peak bone mass. The skeletal changes throughout lives and during growth is a process of modeling and remodeling. So the insults or the factors that affect this modeling or remodeling, they will give us a disease. Let's start with the bone mass development. At birth, there is no evidence of a sex difference in bone mass. During growth, as compared to bone size, volumetric bone density increases very little from infancy to the end of the puberty. And And during puberty, bone mass accumulation rate at both lumbar spine and femoral neck regions starts the process. And during pubertal maturation, cortical thickness increases by periosteal apposition in males and by inhibition of the endosteal resorption in females. So the 40% of the total body mineral accrual occurs 2 years before the peak bone mass and 2 years and after the peak high velocity during the pubertal growth spurt. I'm gonna check that okay, here, that okay, that's, and the most important elements that determine the resistance to mechanical loading are the size of the bone, that is the degree of mineralization and the structural organization of the organ, the amount of bony tissue with the periosteal envelope and its distribution, and the micro and macroarchitecture and geometry of the bone. What happened with the bone biochemical markers during puberty? In reality, there are more for experimental or clinical trials because the changes during growth are more difficult to interpret than that for the adulthood. And the plasma concentrations of the bone formation markers like osteocalcin, bone-specific alkaline phosphatase are the highest when the velocity of bone mineral accrual is maximal. So they changes the level during growth. And the high urinary excretion of bone resorption markers like collagen and pyridolene cross-links reaches the adult values around the 16 and 18 years of age. So let's start with the effect of the physical activity optimizing the peak bone mass. So the bone responds to strains produced by the muscular activity and the mechanical load. This is very important because it's the association between the muscular contraction and the gravity and the amount of force that we give to the body with the physical activity. And the physical activity increases the bone mineral mass accumulation in both children and adolescents. In a randomized control trials, prepubertal 6 to 10 years old children with a high intensity jumping for 7 months was associated with a significant increase in the bone mineral content of the lumbar spine and the femoral neck. So remember that 2 years before the growth peak velocity, they acquire a lot of peak bone mass. So the exercise and the play outside, it's very important for kids, because the impact is to be stronger before and during, after the puberty. So the physical activity, what does it do? It increases the muscle force and the bone loading, and it gives you the high bone mineral gain, while sedentarism gives the opposite, low bone mineral gain and low peak bone mass. What about the nutrition? Balanced nutrition is very important for the equilibrium of the metabolism and the equilibrium of the hormones. But the bone mineral gain, as having macronutrients, magnesium, calcium, vitamin D, phosphorus associated with physical activity, will give you a bone mineral gain during this process. What is the effect of low protein intake? It will lead to detrimental acquisition of the bone mass by lowering the access of GH and IGF-1 and the role of the calcium and phosphate during growth. And what about the effect of the calcium intake? This is very important, because if we see here, if we see here, this is the amount of calcium intake. So we recommend in adolescents to take between 1,000 and 1,500 milligrams of calcium a day. And if we remember, a cup of milk or yogurt, it gives you more or less 300 milligrams. So they need 3 dairy products a day, because if they intake is around this, the accretion of the calcium that we need is 300 milligrams a day. So this is very important, that we keep saying that dairy products are important for growth and for the peak bone mass. What about the endocrine and the environmental factors? As we know, hormones are very important, especially in puberty, because we have the puberty changes, the growth hormone changes, the gonads activation, and also in the combination with the good nutrition and good exercise, it will give you this rest of the 20 to 30% manipulation that we can do for the peak bone mass. What are the conditions impairing the peak bone mass? Well, the chronic diseases that they may have acidosis, or they may have medications that are against that, and anorexia nervosa that reduce the mass acquisition and increase bone mass. What about how we measure the mineral content? We measure the mineral content with the DEXA, which is the dual X-ray absorptiometry. It takes the bone size and the bone mineral density, which are determinants of bone strength, but it's an aerial interpretation. The total bone mineral content measured by DEXA gives the best outcome measure for bone mass status during growth and maturation. Bone mineral content has limitation due to the growth-related variations in bone size and composition, because the kids, well, at 4 years, they measure a meter, and then at 10 years, they can measure 1.8 centimeters, 140. So the size of the bone changes. That's why this technique is based in 2-dimensional projection of the 3-dimensional bone structure. So it's not the best way, but it's the one that we have right now. When we accommodate or assess the results with the Tanner stage and with the bone age, the results will be better interpreted. What about the volumetric bone mineral density? This is done with a CT scan, which has a lot of radiation. So also it's only for clinical trials, but to know, it gives you the volumetric measure of the bone, the size of the bone. So remains constant from birth to the end of the growth period. And the development of bone mineral mass is due essentially to the increased bone size. So this is the one who gives you the reality of the bone mineral content. And the cortical thickness is greater in males than in females. What about the interpretation of the DEXA in children? Relies on the C-score. Is the number of standard deviations from the norm in the reference database of the children. And the C-score -2 standard deviation represents low bone density, but indications for treatment and specific therapy are not yet established. So we cannot say that the kid with -2 standard deviation has osteoporosis. We just said that has low bone mineral content for that age. And in contrast, the adults are interpreted in the DEXA with the T-score, which are the standard deviations from the peak bone mass. This is very difficult to read, but I just left it here. So we have the algorithm to study and evaluate a kid with suspicion of osteoporosis. We all know also that puberty is an equilibrium between energy deficiency and energy balance for all the hormones that will interact with the puberty and the gonads. What happened then with the endocrine disruptors, the exposition, the exhibition for the kids, because they will interfere with the function of the endocrine system, changing the bone remodeling and remodeling via altering the bone paracrine hormonal synthesis. And also the release of systemic hormones, cytokines, chemokines, and growth factors, and making an effect on this stem cell, and also for the mesenchymal stem cell differentiation will give you an alteration of the evolution of the life bone cycle. What are the endocrine disruptors? What do they do to the hormones? They will increase the osteoclast and will increase the bone resorption, and they will decrease the osteoblast, and they will decrease the bone mineralization. So they will give you an skeletal changes. What are the top endocrine disrupting chemicals? Well, there are the BPAs, the phthalates, the PFAs, dioxins, and the flame retardants. Where do they find them? Well, the list is immense, and I say to my patients that we cannot be crazy about every single product, but we should know where they can be in the environment. They can be in the food preservatives, they can be in personal care products. So they many times ask us if the kids can, the little girls can use makeup. Well, until we know which is the factor that give us a disruption in the hormones, we should delay the use of chemicals if we can use it. Also, the pharmaceutical synthetic hormones, the solvents, all for the agriculture, and the flowers, all the pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, the products that they use for clothing and furniture and food packing. So they can be everywhere, and they are known as an endocrine disruptors. But the factories, the industry also knows that, so they now shows their final product for the customer. They say free of BPA, for example, these are the bottles for the baby, free of phthalate. So we should look for those stickers that the the factories on the industry uses for example, the bottles, for example, the clothes and the furniture and plastics. because it's not only in the time of the puberty, it can be directly in any time in our life cycle, but also in utero, prenatal, and then early postnatal. They can have long-term consequences and also multi-generational, because they can change as a epigenetic phenomenon and transmit from generation to generation. And it changes the germline differentiation, and it changes the GnRH hormones, and also they will change all the hormones for the equilibrium of the development of the bone and growth. What happened with the bone, and how they can affect, for example, since the pregnancy? They change hormone synthesis, they can mimic the receptor, they inhibit the differentiation, they decrease the mineral content, they inhibit the apoptosis, they can do epigenetic alteration, and they can alter the IGF-1 axis. For example, this one, they can interrupt the differentiation and the maturation of the osteogenic cell, and they will give you an osteoblast and osteocyte which are not in a well function. There are also the bone-derived hormones that interact with hormones and neurotransmitters. So the human body is the perfect machine who has an interaction of paracrine and endocrine factors that will interact with the bone. These are the role of the bone-derived hormones that act through the organs, endocrine organs, and they will give you changes in, for example, the PTH synthesis, the vitamin D, the insulin sensitivity, the testosterone synthesis, which all will interact finally at this health of the bone. Why is puberty so important? Because it's the unique period of time for the hormonal action and growth, and it's the most important period for the peak bone mass. And I will talk about this topic that maybe for many of us has been a challenge in our clinics, because are the aspects of how do we treat acne, right? So the treatment of acne, it's very important to treat to adolescents, because they are in the age of the validation, and they want to look perfect, and a grain and acne, it will interfere in the daily life of them. So we should do like logarithmic steps to treat the acne with topical medication, with antibiotics, but also there are the retinoids, the hormonal therapy, and the anti-androgens, and that's what I want to discuss. The isotretinoin for acne is very, very good to treat acne, because it gives you a treatment for severe acne, and also for the acne who has the tendency to scar. So it's a very good medication, but let's see the side effects. Isotretinoin is a derivative of the vitamin A, and also it's not only for acne, it also serves for inhibition of the growth of malignant cells. But look at this. Where does the retinoic acid works? It works in all the axes of the puberty: growth hormone, IGF-1, sexual steroids, insulin. It blocks that. And what about in the causes of the acne? The acne is produced because the sebocytes growth and proliferation increases the sebum production, increases the action of the corynebacterian axis and the inflammation. And the retinoic acid acts in all the possible causes of the pathophysiology of the acne. But also for us as endocrinology, we have to see that it's very good for acne, which is a very important thing for the teenagers, but it also affects our endocrine system. And what do they do? It decreases the IGF-1, the growth hormone, the androgens, and it increases the activity in the growth plate of FGFR3, the cartilage matrix apposition. They decrease the activity of the chondrocytes, and it increases the activity of osteoclides, giving us an impaired growth and the thing that we don't want in our kids, a premature epiphyseal closure. So we don't want that the kids that are still growing will have a premature epiphyseal of the growth plate because they will not acquire the final parental height. So the skeletal events associated with the retinoic acid are in the growth plate, the losses of chondrocyte, osteoclast invasion, giving an apoptosis and endochondral ossification. And in patients, also could be adults, they may experience asymmetric, the asymmetric growth plate arrest and valgus deformity, but also in adults gives you arthralgia in the knee, which is the most common joint affected. So, although many of the adverse effects of the isotretinoin in pediatric patients are transient, we don't know the dose, we don't know the time of the treatment, we don't know who will be susceptible to these changes. So they have the potential to promote premature epiphyseal closure with a negative impact on linear growth and final adult height. And the premature epiphyseal closure reported in patients with neuroblastoma treated with high doses of isotretinoin, as well as in patients with acne receiving lower doses, have changes. So I think we have to be very careful when we prescribe this medication and select the specific patient, because adolescents are at high risk for premature epiphyseal closure and have thin bones. So to take home message, it's important to know that systemic retinoid is very good, but it's been associated with the skeletal toxicities, and a more complex understanding of the spectrum of this medication needs to be explored. And what are the effects of the retinoids, of the isotretinoin? Well, they have this dryness, the flaking, peeling skin, dryness of the mucosa, the photosensitivity, but also they are teratogenic. So what else do we do with a teenager, 13, 14, 15, that we prescribe isotretinoin? We say, no, take the isotretinoin and also formulate contraceptives. And let's see what about. Hormonal contraceptives are indicated in the first moment that a teenager starts a sexual life, and it's no doubt that we need to prescribe them and to let them know how to use it. But sometimes it's also used and worldwide use for acne and for irregular cycles, which are normal physiology of the girls the 3 to 4 years post-menarche. So we should not start with the strong medication knowing that it's a normal physiology of girls if they are not going to use it as a contraceptive. Because the growth physiology in puberty, remember this, in puberty, it increases the growth rate, as we said, then it stops the growth completely when the growth epiphyseal fusion is done. And estrogen is mainly responsible for the increase of growth velocity and increasing the amplitude of the GH and IGF-1 pulses. But also we know that in boys and in girls, estrogens close the growth plate. So this is very important if we give charges of estrogens for the girls that still are growing. So let's take home these numbers. In teenagers, the healthy bone we have healthy bones if we have estrogen estradiol levels in the range of 30 to 130 picograms over ml, peaking at 50 to 30 months after menarche, which is around 15 years of age. So if we're going to try or to give a medication for acne which has isotretinoin or contraceptives, we should remember this if we can use another medication before this, because the hormones are still increasing in their levels that needs the bone to be healthy for the rest of the life, and also for adults. So estrogen is important for bone maturation and mineralization in both men and women, and obtaining adequate bone mass, especially in those under 18 years of age. We have to try to find a contraceptive. If they need a contraceptive, we have to find a contraceptive with the minimum levels of estrogens that let us, the kid, to have a normal minimum levels of 30 milligrams. And ideally, if we don't need it for contraception, started use it after 3 years of menarche. So taking contraceptives at early age could cause loss of bone mineral density, and the age of onset should be postponed as much as possible if they are not for contraception. And the bone mass acquired at the growth period appears to be more important than bone loss during the adult life. So for us as a pediatric endocrinologist, it's very important to emphasize in each visit of a teenager how important are the good habits for the bone health, and giving good information about diet, physical activity, because we cannot change the genetics. So let's individualize each teenager. Let's try other treatments before we intervene with isotretinoin and contraceptive, and let's promote good calcium intake and exercise. Because the environmental and behavioral factors account for 20 to 40% of the peak bone mass attainment, optimizing these factors is of great importance for later in life. And determinants of bone mass accrual during growth are calcium and protein intake, and to have an endocrine balance, and to do a physical exercise for the contraction of the muscles. And it is important to say that decreased time of screens and sedentarism and to go outside to have the sun, it's very important and very good for bone health, mental health, and endocrinology. And this is all what I had to say for you today. It was a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much.
Dr. Veronica Abad, thank you very much for your outstanding and enthusiastic presentation.